Hello, hello. It's Kyle Shannon with the AI Learning Lab. I think I'm going to have a hair situation tonight. Let's see if we can put a little water in there, see if we can get it to behave a little bit. What's up? What's happening? What's your name? Ben Vuitton. That's a cool name. Do you use TikTok streaming platform? No, because I'm on a Mac and they made it for Windows. And they're like, if you're on a Mac, go fuck yourself. What are you going to do? I'm just using the TikTok. This is, there's a dual camera option when you go live. And that's what this is. Welcome, everyone. This is the AI Learning Lab. If you have questions about AI, pop them in the comments. If you're new to AI, I put these URLs up here just as kind of a public service announcement. The top one is ChatGPT. The next one is Bing, which is GPT-4 for free. The next one is Poe, which is you can play with a bunch of them. What do you use to get the picture-in-picture? When you go live, there's an option that says dual camera, and it just turns on both cameras. This is just my laptop and my back-facing camera. All right. See? Hand, same hand. Now, it could be AI. This could all be recorded. Welcome, everybody. If you have questions about AI, pop them in the comments. I'll do my best to answer them. My name is Kyle Shannon. I'm a longtime entrepreneur, and I'm the founder and CEO of a company called Storyvine, which is an automated video storytelling platform. Does not use AI, although we're starting to roll a bunch of it in there, as you can imagine. And I've been an entrepreneur for getting my lawn mowed. Someone's getting their lawn mowed. I am my own lawn mower. I am my own lawn service. The Nuggets game just started. They're here in Denver. I'm in Denver. They're down 2-0. Oh, what a mess. All right. Yeah, I guess I could close my window, but I like the air blowing, so they should be done soon enough. It's almost 7. They start at 7 in the morning and they go until 7 at night. I don't know. Is it always like this? Anyway, I've been an entrepreneur for a while. The thing that got me so interested in this generative AI stuff is it's got very strong parallels to the early days of the World Wide Web. And I started one of the first digital agencies in 1994, a company called agency.com. And I kind of had a big epiphany about, this World Wide Web thing, this is going to change things. And I haven't had an epiphany like that until last year, December of 2022. Shortly after ChatGPT came out, I was like, this is one of those. This is a big deal. And that's what this channel's about. It's really about exploring what's going on with all these tools and looking at what are the implications of them? How do you roll them into your business? How do you deal with the fact that your job might very quickly be disrupted? And how do you deal with that? So that's what this is all about. So if you have any questions, pop them in the comments below. Looks like there's a bunch of people here. My name is Kyle Shannon. This is the AI Learning Lab. These URLs here are really just there for your convenience more than anything. That top one is ChatGPT. If you have not played with ChatGPT, go play with it now while you listen to me ramble. Go do that. Bing is also ChatGPT, but it's just Microsoft's flavor of it. And then Poe.com gives you access to a bunch of other things. I strongly encourage you to go do that. Okay. Leaving my experiences for future through my avatar for my kids to ask questions is, that's gonna be a thing, and I think that's a really interesting idea. I would say it's probably not going to be that long. Probably less than a year, maybe definitely less than 2 years, where there will be tools that make it very, very easy to kind of point AI at your digital footprint and say, go make an avatar that is basically like me, and people can start interacting with it. That's a really good one. Hello. So let's see. G Creative. What can you do with ChatGPT? So start exploring it. You can do lots. I'll go. I'll go. Let's go play. Mailman. Champ. 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 Bad dog. Champ. This is what we deal with. Hey, Liz. Yep. There's the mail lady. Evil mail lady. She's out to get us. I don't know if you knew that. Champ will tell you. She's out to get us. What was I going to do? Oh, what can you do with ChatGPT? So let me go play a little bit. I'm just going to go to GPT 3.5, which is lyrics. So ChatGPT is good at a lot. It can write really well. It can program. It can code. It can create tables. It can help you write marketing plans, business plans. It can write content for you. So very often where I'll start is something that when you first see it, you're just like, if you haven't seen it before, you're like, oh, that's pretty amazing. And it feels kind of cute. But then the deeper you dig, the more interesting it gets. So we'll just do this. Okay, write me. So the interface is basically just like this box at the bottom. It's just kind of like a Google box, right? Write me a country song about a fat, black, and white dog that thinks the mail lady is out to get us. And then you just watch it write very, very quickly a whole country song. Now you'll notice there's choruses and verses there. Let's see what it did. In a small town, there's a dog named Jack. Oh, wait. So now I'm just going to say the dog's name is Champ. We'll see. We'll have it. So now it's rewriting the song for Champ. In a small town, there's a dog named Champ, black and white fur with a belly so plump. He's got a heart as big as the sky. But when the mail lady comes by, oh my, oh Champ, the fat black and white dog. So without really giving it anything, it wrote me, a clever little country song. But then I could do something like this. I could say, let's say I wanted to do something for marketing. Make me a table comparing the attributes of major social media platforms for my small, gardening business. And again, I'm not really giving it a whole lot of context here. I'm just saying, make me a table comparing some attributes of these things, and boom, there it is. So, it very, very quickly, like you can see very, very quickly that what this thing is doing is different than other things. The question, can it design a logo? It can't, but you can use things like Midjourney and Stable Diffusion that can do that. What ChatGPT can do is describe it. So what I could say is, I have a business that makes gardens for really busy people. Can you describe what my logo might look like? Question mark. And actually, before that, I should probably have it give us a name, but that's okay. It's thinking. It looks like it has hung. When it goes this long, that generally means it's hung. It just basically means their servers are busy. But what I would do is I would take anything that you're interested in and go to ChatGPT. Go to chat.openai.com, sign in, get yourself an account, or go to bing.com and click the chat button and start asking it to do things. Export the table in CSV. Yep, you can do that, or you can just copy and paste it over there. Let me see. Did it? Yeah, network error. Regenerate response. Here we go. So it's going to describe the logo. Certainly, here's a description. The logo's clean and modern design that embodies the essence of a busy lifestyle, blah, blah, blah. The central element is a garden icon. Okay, so this is a big, long explanation. I'm going to say rewrite into a single image prompt for an AI to generate a logo. And so there's your image prompt. A clean, modern design, blah, blah, blah. So now I can just copy that. I can go over to, this is a whole different can of worms here. But I'm going to go over to Discord where I can make Midjourney images. I'm going to go /imagine. And then I'm going to paste in that description that it just gave me. And we'll see what it gives us. So this is now going to go off to their servers, to Midjourney servers, and it's going to make some stuff. So I hope that helps. So what I would encourage you to do is just go start playing with these things. Start asking it questions. Start thinking about things that you know or problems that you need to solve, and have it start. Think of it less like a Google search and more like you've got a remote coworker that's smarter than any other coworker you've ever worked with in your life. That's kind of what it's like working with ChatGPT. All right, let me go see some of the questions here. Wording in ChatGPT is difficult at times. Can't find what I'm looking for. I don't know what you mean wording. Can't find what you're looking for. It might have to. So the big trick with ChatGPT is getting what's called prompt engineering or prompt crafting down. Starting to get it to operate on your behalf. Now, here's some of the logos. These are a little busy for my taste, but this gives you an idea. So we had ChatGPT describe a logo of our gardening business that I just, quickly made up on the spot without very many details. And it described a logo, and now Midjourney took that description without any editing. Like, I didn't tweak it at all. And it generated some things. This is a gardening service for busy people. These are way too busy for logos, but they're stylistically pretty interesting. So, and the colors are kind of interesting. So there you go. Hello, Anne. How are you? Major gift fundraising. I'm at a conference where no one has used ChatGPT. They think I'm magic. That is so fun when you show someone ChatGPT that's never seen it before, and they're like, oh. Like, it still blows my mind when it does. Like, when it makes the table. Like, if you've ever tried to do any level of research and create like a Google Sheets table and fill in the data doing all the research, it takes you forever. The other thing, this lower chat, prompts.chat, that's a document that will teach you how to prompt. One of the things that you can do with ChatGPT that may help the folks that are saying they're not getting good results with it, you tell it to act like something. Act as an accountant, act as a mathematician, act as an expert marketer, act as a brander. And in doing that, you kind of limit the world that it's looking at, and then when you interact with it, it can often dramatically improve the results. What did you do with your evenings before you started showing up here every night? Well, so it's fun. What I've actually done, so for about the last year and a half, I'd get home after work, I'd have dinner, and then I'd do sim racing for like a year and a half. And so my sim rig is over there, and so I just decided I need to figure this AI stuff out. And so I just thought, why don't I just replace the hour and a half I do racing with an hour and a half doing this, and maybe it can help some people. And, there's that. Okay. What are you putting that under? Not images. I don't understand what you mean. I don't understand the question there. All right. Hey everybody, if you're new here, my name's Kyle Shannon. This is the AI Learning Lab. These URLs here are all different flavors of ChatGPT. The top one is the official ChatGPT website. Bing is Microsoft's flavor of that. And then Poe is another option where you can do ChatGPT plus some other large language models. So go play with those. And then prompts.chat will teach you how to prompt. And Futurepedia is just a giant directory of sites. I'm not affiliated with this shit in any way, but it's there as a service to get you started. Okay, let's see. I think my shirt is bad for this. I can't read the text over my shirt, so I think I might go change into a t-shirt. I think they made an app for it that can generate images on app. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Does Midjourney have the prompt to generate fill in the background images like Adobe Photoshop? So does Midjourney have outpainting? Not really. Stable Diffusion does. Photoshop does with the generative fill now. And then there's a new thing that, was it OpenAI put out? What's it called? It's called Uncrop. We can go find this. Sorry, my brain, I'm just getting started on this tonight, so my brain is a little, work was busy today, so I didn't do a lot of AI stuff. Uncrop tool. Stable Diffusion. So Stable Diffusion. Okay, so if you go to clipdrop.co, this is pretty cool. Clipdrop.co. It does. There's a bunch of tools here, like background remover, and you can play with Stable Diffusion. But in the bottom right-hand corner, there's this new thing called Uncrop, which you can try an example or you can upload something. So I'll upload something. I'll go to my Finder here on Mac, and let's go to Kyle Shannon Dreams. Kyle Shannon Dreams. It's going to be so worth it. It's going to be so awesome. You're not even going to believe it, how cool this is. All right. So, are these here or are they up on iCloud? I have a feeling these are up on iCloud. Let me go find Genesis. Hold, please. I know. What did you do Monday night? I watched some guy try to find files on his computer. How long was he doing it for? About an hour. See, I think I have too much crap on my hard drive. So let me see if this actually works. It may not. Okay, there it is. Yeah. Okay. So, Jesus, that took forever. And we lost 70 people that were like, screw this. I'm not watching this. So you have an image here, and then you have this blue boundary, and you basically just go next, right? And now it's going to create 4 different options to kind of fill in the background. Boom. There's one. Like friggin' magic. I mean, literally like magic. There's another one. That one's really cool, right? With the little doorway. There's one with sort of these plant-looking things, plants or oil refineries of the future. I think I like the door one. That's pretty cool. So this is clipdrop.co/uncrop. It's free. You can just dump any old image up there, and it will do that. It's amazing, isn't it? All right, let's see. Do they have Adobe Photoshop with the generative fill? Do I have Adobe Photoshop with generative fill in the background? Yeah, I'll hop over there. So if you want to do this inside Photoshop, if you've got access to Creative Cloud, you go to the Creative Cloud app, and then you go to beta apps, and you download the Photoshop beta. So I'm going to kill some selected layers there. Hold. Okay. So now I'm inside Photoshop, and this is pretty slick. So what I'm going to do is this. This is a Midjourney image I made of myself in. It was a Midjourney image. I uploaded a couple of photos of myself and told it to make a Pixar character, and this is what it did. And so now I just selected this picture, and the canvas is obviously wider than the picture. So now I'm going to invert my selection. So now I've selected the two white areas, and then there's this new context-sensitive menu here, or context. I don't know what the term is. My brain's not working right tonight. So I hit generate fill. Now I can put in a description here. So I could put blurred background image cartoon home office. Or I could just put nothing and it'll figure it out. But I want there to be a blurred home office there. And so it's thinking. It's going to be so good. You're going to be like, wow, or it'll suck completely. Oh, that's not bad. So it's not really blurred, but that's a home office. But they give you 3 options. There's a second one. That's pretty good. It's blurred. But it took some of these images that were above my head and added weird stuff to them. And then that one added some sort of, that's actually not bad. It's kind of like a white wall with a TV on it. And then I can do things like I can go grab like these 2 frames behind my head and I can kind of highlight those and say, let's say generate fill. Let me type in remove frames or remove pictures. And we'll see if it does that. It'll be interesting if it does it. So this is generative fill. So again, you get to this by going to your Creative Cloud, go to the beta apps, and then download the beta version of Photoshop. Now it turned the images into some sort of weird hook thing. There it made them square and not in perspective, and there it made kind of a little mini putt-putt game behind my head. Anyway, so you mess around with it, but that's generative fill. It's pretty remarkable, as are a lot of these tools. So if you have questions about AI, pop them down below. If you're new here, welcome. My name's Kyle Shannon. This is the AI Learning Lab. I am learning about AI, and I'm in a lab that looks a lot like a home office. Cheers. Okay, let's go answer some other questions. Oh, by the way, if you haven't been here before, I try to answer all the questions. So what ends up happening is I get really far behind. There are 29 messages ahead of where I am right now. So if it looks like I'm a recording, I'm not. I'm just slowly getting through the questions. Can you show how you would look? Can you show how I would do t-shirt designs? Well, it depends what you want the t-shirt design to be. I think what I would probably... So when you have a problem you want to solve, like one of the things to do is understand, okay, what tools are available for you? Well, we obviously want to go... we want to go to a tool like Midjourney to create images, but we might want ideas for like what would be some cool t-shirt designs. So let's go to ChatGPT. And again, I'm just going to use GPT 3.5, which is the free version of it, because it's super fast. And I'm going to say, you are an expert t-shirt designer and writer. Please help me come up with some t-shirt designs and sayings that will be funny and memorable and sell lots. Because I want to make money with ChatGPT. By the way, any of the TikTok channels that say that, ignore them. They're all full of shit. Okay. That will sell lots. I want to make t-shirts for Gen X moms and dads who are sarcastic and bitter but loving. Can you give me a table with 10 mom t-shirt sayings and an accompanying image description and 10 for dads. Okay, that's really horrible English, but I just wrote a bunch of stuff. And so it's now making me a table. And let's go see if these are any good. Okay, sure. Here's a table with 10 t-shirt designs for Gen X moms and accompanying descriptions, followed by another table with 10 for Gen X dads. Sarcasm level mom. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, actually. A speech bubble with the word, with the text mom surrounded by a lightning bolt representing sarcasm. That's not as good. I'm not a regular mom. I'm a cool mom. Just another day of raising geniuses. That's pretty good. Master of multitasking and sarcasm. Warning, approach with coffee. Not bad. My patience is on coffee break. Sarcasm is my love language. Motherhood, the toughest jobs. Let's go look at the dads. I'm the dad in Sarcastidad? What? That doesn't make any sense at all. Dad jokes are my superpower official taxi driver for the family. That would be Uber driver. We would update that for the modern era. You know what I'm going to do? This should be fun. I'm gonna copy this prompt exactly, and I'm going to go over to GPT-4 and see if they're any better. I have a feeling GPT-4 is going to be better because GPT-4 is better. It just is. It's just way better. So take the exact same prompt. It'll be slower, but here we go. Oh, and it did the table differently. It did moms and dads as two different columns. Mom, because therapy is expensive. Mom fuel with a picture of a coffee mug. That's pretty good. My nickname is Mom. My full name is Mom. Mom. I don't know what that means. Raising kids, my cardio. Let's see the dad ones. Dad, a.k.a. at-home IT support. Grill Sergeant. Grill Sergeant is a good t-shirt. World's okayest dad. I've seen that one before. The Datalorian, the best in the parsec. Sarcasm, one of the services I offer. That's good. So these are a bit better. Image of a man surrounded by toys. So then you can do things like, okay, we'll say, let's see. No. Work hard, play hard, nap harder. Picture of a father sleeping on a sofa. So I'm going to take picture of a father sleeping on a sofa. And then I'm going to go over to Discord for Midjourney. I'm going to go /imagine. And I'm going to go t-shirt design. Let's say 80s t-shirt design of, and then I'm going to paste that in, picture of a father sleeping on a sofa, Pixar style, just because I know what that is. And then I'm going to go, I'll just leave it blank. I think it'll give us a square image. Now let's just see what that does. So if I wanted to do t-shirts, I would, probably do some version of what I just did. I'd come up with a bunch of t-shirt writing ideas, come up with the images, and then I would come to something like Midjourney and start playing around, ideating basically. So I'm doing kind of a single pass here without really thinking about it. So we'll see if these look like 80 t-shirts. The one in the upper right's starting to look like some 80s t-shirt kind of thing. Looks like there's some new people here. While these images build, my name is Kyle Shannon. This is the AI Learning Lab. If you have questions about AI, pop them below. If you are new to AI altogether, go to these places. Go to chat.openai.com. That's the official ChatGPT website. And bing.com is ChatGPT-4 for free. You can pay for it at OpenAI or you can get it for free at bing.com. And then Poe.com is another place where you can play with ChatGPT and some other things. So those are just places to play with ChatGPT. Prompts.chat will teach you how to prompt those tools really well. There's just some good resources there. And then Futurepedia.io will give you access to a bunch of different tools. So let's go look at these. That kind of looks like Jerry Garcia. That's pretty funny. This old dude. And what was this was work hard, play hard, nap harder. And it looks like that. That's pretty good. That's a dad with an iPad. That's okay. That's not great. I don't know why they all look like Jerry Garcia. This guy looks like a hoarder. Like, you could probably do something around hoarding. Like, now that the kids have left the house, I don't know, whatever. But that's a starting point for you, hopefully. All right. Da, 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 da. All right, let it know where you will sell the t-shirts. Oh, that's a good point, because it'll get target audience and stuff like that. Yeah, one of the things about working with ChatGPT in particular is, don't think of it so much as you give it one prompt and you get back an answer. It's more like this collaborative back and forth with the tool. It's almost like you've got the world's smartest intern working for you. And you can just tell the intern to go do a bunch of shit. Go research some stuff. Go make me a table. Go write this code. Oh, that's the other thing. If you haven't seen ChatGPT before, here's something that'll blow your mind, or blew my mind. So I'll go new chat, and I'll just say, write me a C# application that is a clone of Flappy Bird's. Let's see, but uses Space Invaders game mechanics. Certainly. There you go. Here's your code. And that will probably run. So it says, this C# application creates a console-based game that combines the mechanics of Flappy Bird and Space Invaders. The player's objective is to navigate a spaceship bracket through a series of obstacles represented by X characters. The player can use the space bar. Okay, let's say, make sure this can run in Unity, and can you add character sprites and explain how I should use them. All right. So there it's saying what to do in Unity. There it's giving me my code. Save the script. Create an empty game object. Create a new C# script. Name it obstacles. Attach the script. Continue generating. Save the script. So like, what did I type in there? 2 sentences, and it gave me a whole bunch of code. So if you want to learn coding, or if you want to learn game development, or if you want to just go into, I don't know, Unreal Engine 5 and create a particle system, you can just have it write this and then go start experimenting. And if you get lost and don't know how to do something, ask it, and it will tell you. It'll create little tutorials for you. So it can do a lot. It can do a lot. All right, so getting back here, looks like we got some new folks just joined. Welcome, everybody. My name is Kyle Shannon. This is the AI Learning Lab. I'm learning about AI and doing what I can to pass along my knowledge and do it in an entertaining way, which often looks like ridiculous because I just am dumb that way. I think they made an F word. Oh, I fell way behind in the comments. Hold, please. Let me catch up to where I was. I did T-shirt designs. Peeps, hit the hearts. Thank you, Ann. Yeah, feel free to hit the hearts. I think that'll get people to come here and go, why is this old guy on TikTok? Is that Rosie O'Donnell? I signed for ChatGPT a couple of months ago, and I haven't gotten it yet. So how can I get it ASAP? Okay, There's nothing to get. So you point your web browser to chat.openai.com. If you went anywhere else, you were not at chat. You were not at the official ChatGPT website. So go. That's why I have these here. Chat.openai.com. Now, if you're in a country that blocks it, it might not be there. But then I would try Bing.com. So Bing.com. I'll just go. And when you first get to Bing, you'll see a search window, just like a Google search window. But this, in the upper corner next to the Bing logo is this chat button. Click that chat button, and that will pop you here. And this is ChatGPT. It's GPT-4 connected to the internet. You can choose more creative, more balanced, or more precise, depending on what you're trying to do. And then you just treat it just like ChatGPT. Write me a poem about a jolly, chubby, black and white doggy. And it's a little slower than ChatGPT, but there's your poem. There once was a doggy so jolly and chubby, he loved to play fetch and snuggle with his buddy. His fur was black and white like a panda bear, he had a big smile and a wagging tail to share. This is more like a children's book, but it's a pretty good one. I didn't really give it any context, so I did use words like jolly and chubby and doggy, so yeah, it makes sense that it would sound like that. So that's Bing. So if for whatever reason chat.openai is not working, then go to Bing. And yeah, I don't know where you signed up for it, but if it wasn't at chat.openai.com, it was probably at some ripoff site. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of ripoff apps as well. I'm on Chatster. All right. I don't know what Chatster is. I signed up for ChatGPT a couple of months ago, and I haven't got it yet. Okay, I already asked that. Can you ask ChatGPT to act as a social media manager, and I will behave... And it will behave the same way as a prompt. Yeah. So if you go to prompts.chat, what that does, I'll go show you that really quick. Not going to be anything interesting to look at, but it's called Awesome GPT Prompts. Let me make the text a little bigger here. The top of this document sort of teaches you about ChatGPT and prompting and what this all is about, how to want to write effective prompts. There's a free ebook. There's other resources. They talk about the ChatGPT app and how it works. And then this is just kind of this never-ending list of act as an English translator, act as a JavaScript console, act as an Excel sheet, act as a travel guide, act as a character from a movie, act as an advertiser, right? So this just goes, it literally just goes on and on and on. So these are all different ways to get ChatGPT to act like a particular specialist. And then you'll start to understand from this site a lot of the things it makes possible. So hopefully that helps. Feel free to tap the screen, share this live, do that sort of stuff, and then we can do that. Impressive. Damn. What's the best AI tool to create Instagram posts for my business? ChatGPT. You can make money with ChatGPT. You go to ChatGPT. We'll just do 3.5 since that's the free one. Instagram posts. I don't know what your business is, but we're going to make it up. Let's say your business is you make pizza out of organic eggplant. I have a pizza business that only uses organic eggplant. God, that sounds disgusting. Give me 10 names. Let's get some names. Farm to pizza. No. Naturally sliced. Earthly garden delights. Eggplantia. Okay, this is good. Eggplantia it is. Please act as my social media marketing. Typing live. Write me 10 Instagram posts appropriate for Denver this time of year. I will be doing a BOGO, buy one, get one. But let's see if it knows BOGO. I will be doing a BOGO special next weekend. Bang. All right. So it's writing Instagram posts with little emojis in them. Savor the summer with our delicious organic eggplant pizzas. Get ready for our exciting BOGO special coming up next weekend. Stay tuned for more details. Eggplantia, organic pizza, Denver Eats, like it got the Denver thing in there. Hot summer days call for refreshing, mouthwatering pizzas. No, that doesn't seem right to me. Hot summer days call for like lemonade, but whatever. Okay, enjoy the vibrant taste of organic eggplant made with love and care. I would think it would be. Celebrate this season of sun and great food. Indulge your scrumptious. And so here's an interesting thing. If you hate what it wrote there, you can say, just like you have, someone you work with, you could say, no, this misses the mark. I hate emojis, and I want the posts to seem like organic content versus sales messages. What if this were more about my employees? Give me 10 posts for that. Right? Again, not very well written. Apologies for the misunderstanding. So one of the things ChatGPT does, look how fast it's writing. I mean, this is mind-blowing. Whether it's good or bad, you can get to like 80% completion of, you're wanting to write Instagram posts in like a minute. And then you can spend the next hour refining them or just doing 10 different iterations of this. So let's go see if these got better. But notice what it does. Apologies for my misunderstanding. Here are 10 Instagram posts highlighting your employees creating an organic content feel for your Eggplantia pizza business. Meet the incredible team behind Eggplantia's organic pizza magic. It still gave me an emoji, but whatever. From our talented chefs to our friendly servers, each member plays a vital role. At Eggplantia, our employees are the heart and soul of our business. So I don't like those either. So let's go. No, not right. Oops, wait. No, not right. Please make each post an introduction to one of the employees. Apologies for a misunderstanding. Meet Emily, our master dough whisperer. Say hello to Mark, our passionate sauce maestro. Meet Sarah, our veggie virtuoso. Like these are cute, right? Say hi to Alex, our cheese connoisseur. Meet Javier, our grill master extraordinaire. Meet Maria, our topping artist. So ChatGPT can do, like, I would say anything word related, start with ChatGPT. There might be more specialized tools, but very often you don't need them. So if you're new here and you just came in on me babbling on about writing Instagram posts in ChatGPT, that's what I was doing. My name's Kyle Shannon. This is the AI Learning Lab. These are just some places to go play with ChatGPT. I'm not affiliated with any of those. I'm not making any money there. Those are just the top one's the official ChatGPT website. Okay. What site is this, please? The one that I don't know what you're asking about. Address AGAI. Oh, AG. I'll talk about AGI in a second. What was that clip drop something? Clipdrop.co. So if you go to Google where you put in a small image and then you can make it like landscape and just tell it to uncrop it and it'll fill in all the details. It's pretty remarkable. Website again, clipdrop.co slash uncrop for that specific tool. Clipdrop says, this is awesome. Great, Professor Sonia. Thank you. I appreciate that. Clipdrop says something about an API key. Do I understand? Wait, I don't understand API. It shouldn't need, wait, it shouldn't need a, let me see if I logged in. Maybe I'm logged in and I gave it some sort of API key, but this is Stable Diffusion. I don't think, sign in, sign up, no. Maybe you went to clipdrop.com. That's not the site. Clipdrop.co, C-O. Here, wait, hold. There's more than one way to skin this cat. We're going to go this, we're going to go this, we're going to go this. We're going to go, where's my view? Where's my tools? There we go. Dun, 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 dun. We're going to go clip, drop.co, C-O. So that's where you should go, and then slash uncrop for that tool. It shouldn't be asking you for an API. That is probably just the wrong website. All right, is this Midjourney? Clipdrop.co is not Midjourney, it's Stable Diffusion. I saw TikTok that matched the AI to a Pink Floyd song. It was surreal. How is that done? I don't know. I haven't seen it, but there's a thing called Runway ML that you can do. You can take a video and then turn that video into something else. Like you can make it like you walking down the street, and then you can turn it into a claymation model of you walking down the street. Is Gen 1 of Runway ML. So if you go to the App Store and get the Runway ML app, that does some of that video stuff. I assume that's probably what they used. But there's lots of tools now. The reason that I put up this other, hang on. Here I come to save the day. The reason that I put up futurepedia.io is that's a big directory of AI sites. So just go there and look up animation, film, movies, things like that. That'll help you find that stuff. Why does it look like AI? Why does what look like AI? Not sure what that means. What is a good AI tool to upload and simplify legal documents? Well, so you can go to futurepedia.io. There's a problem right now with ChatGPT. So you can just copy and paste documents into ChatGPT. If you pay for the ChatGPT Plus, so the $20 a month version, you get. So some of the plugins here, there's one called Link Reader, and there's one called Ask Your PDF. And so generally what I'll do is I'll turn on Link Reader and Ask Your PDF. And then if I give it a URL of a PDF file, it'll read it and I can start interacting with that. I don't know what the limit is on how big they are, but you can just do it right within ChatGPT using plugins. And I can talk more about them if it makes sense. Let it know where you'll sell the t-shirts. Okay, I'm still back at the t-shirt questions. Are you on OpenAI? Right now I am. Yes. How can I get ChatGPT to create illustrations for a children's book? Well, you can get ChatGPT to write the children's book. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's say, write a children's book for kids aged, I don't know, 4 to 8 about a chubby dog named Champ that barks at everyone but really just wants to play. Bang, it should just write it. We should have a solid book here. Although I'm in the plugins thing, so it might be trying to figure out if it needs to use a plugin. It didn't. Once upon a time in a sunny little town, there was a chubby little dog named Champ. Champ was not just any dog. He was a dog with a big heart and even bigger bark. His bark echoed through the town, from the red-roofed bakery to the blue-doored post office. Okay, so that's perfect. So what I would do in this case, so I'd have it write the book, and then you need to go to some sort of image creation tool. So there's Adobe Firefly, which is, if you've got access to the Adobe suite, I don't know if you can use it for free, but you can try that. There's Midjourney, there's Bing. You can actually generate images on Bing. But what I would do, I'll just do this. I'll do it on Firefly because it's pretty fast. So let's see. A chubby black and white dog. The red-roofed bakery. Okay, so let me go here and go to firefly.adobe.com. And then they've got text to images. And down at the bottom, we're going to say chubby black and white dog walking past a red-roofed bakery in a small town. And what I'm going to do at the beginning of this, I'm going to do children's book illustration of a chubby black dog. So let's see what that does. So you don't have to put in much. And if I had more time with this, I could spend more time. Okay, I don't like that illustration style, but I can do over in the right-hand side with Adobe. Like right now, it chose the art style, but I can turn this into a photo, and it'll sort of recreate these as photographs rather than illustrations. Oh, they're not because I said a children's book illustration. Now I'm going to say graphic. We'll see how this changes it. That's okay. And then I'm going to do none for the content type, see what this does. So I'm really just experimenting here. Those are okay. Let's do layered paper. Layered paper is one of these. So I'm going to now regenerate this, and hopefully it'll look like layered paper. That could be a cool style. So you need to find a style that you like. And then you need to get your prompts. Yeah, that's kind of a cool little style. So there's the beginning of, illustrations for a children's book about my fat dog walking around town. There's also a site called lexica.ai. Lexica.art. And what this is a bunch of stable diffusion images. So you can just scroll forever. But I can do children's book as the search term. And let's see, children's book illustration dog. All right, and so now I can just start to scroll through here and see if I find any styles that I like. And okay, here's kind of a cool one. This is sort of a wolf and a little boy. And then what it says up here is, here's the prompt that made this up. And I can even open it in the editor. This site's not free. You eventually have to pay for this. I think you can do some of them for free. But you can just come here and sort of learn different styles that people are using and the prompts that they're using to get those styles. So that's another way to get that. So I hope that helps. All right. What's the image one? you're using called? I don't know which. I think it was Midjourney, which was the other one. All right, it just jumped me to the bottom of the. So I'm trying to go through the comments here one by one. I think I'm far enough behind. I'm just going to skip ahead for a second here. So if I missed your comment, sorry about that. All right. Is there a way to make AI generated videos text to vid? Yes. So there's a company called Runway ML, and they've got these new text to video things called Gen 1 and Gen 2. Well, Gen 1 is video to video, so you can take the problem with them right now is they're limited to 3 seconds or 4 seconds. So Gen 1 is you take a video and you upload it, and then you can change the look and feel of it. And then Gen 2 is text to video. So they do have an app, but I don't think Gen 2 is part of all the apps yet. They haven't rolled it out to everyone yet. But you can go to their Discord and you can play with it. So I will go to the Discord and play with it. We'll do this real time. We'll do this live. These things down the left are servers. So these are like different communities that I'm a part of. Discord's very much like Slack. It started in the gamer community. Slack stole it. So it's very much like Slack. And then within one of these servers, there are different channels. So this third one I have down here is Runway. And then Gen 2 beta research. So you may have to sign up for it. I think they made this available for everyone, though. But in this Gen 2 area, there's these generate channels, right? So I'm going to go into one of these generate channels, and then I'm going to put at Gen 2, Gen-2, and then I'm going to hit return. And then now I'm going to do a prompt. I'm going to do a chubby black and white dog. And by the way, I'm not fat shaming my dog. He's chubby, all right? He's a stocky fella. Would stocky make you feel better? A stocky black and white dog with black ears and white face walks by a red roofed bakery in a small town. And so now it goes off somewhere. And what happens here in Discord is, so I was in the Generate 2 channel. I think that's called a channel. And then it created this thread. Now this thread, that's my video. And so there's the prompt that it made. So it took my prompt and made that as the text prompt, and then it used some of these default, technical things that it uses. And if what you're asking right now is, do you really have to do this in Discord with Midjourney and with this thing? Right now, yes. And if your next question is, isn't that a disaster from an interface standpoint? Yes. But we're very early with this AI stuff. So that's part of the trade-off with this AI stuff is we're very, very early. It's exciting, but the tools, as a result, are kind of awful. So we'll come back. Oh, there it is. So there is. Let's see what the video looks like. He's not really walking. He looks like he's paralyzed. But a car drove by. Watch the car in the window. There's a car in the window. That's really funny. Those are weird dogs. Very strange. Yeah, there's 3 dogs and they're very weird. But they don't look unlike my dog. Anyway, it looks like we've got some new folks here. My name's Kyle Shannon. This is the AI Learning Lab. If you have questions about generative AI, pop it down below. These URLs right here are ChatGPT and different flavors of ChatGPT at the top, and then a couple of resources at the bottom. So I would strongly encourage you to go check those out. Also, tap the heart screen. I think that'll get more people to show up. I don't really know how to do this TikTok shit. I'm 58 years old. What do you want from an old man? Aren't you Rosie O'Donnell? Okay. I was accused of looking like Rosie O'Donnell the other day. I'm stuck in a code. Can you bring me up so I can show? Oh, yeah. I'm going to lose my double camera thingy here if I do that. Let me come back to you, Mexico. Entertaining? Yeah. Question mark is the appropriate punctuation mark for entertaining. I just opened a small business. Can ChatGPT help with marketing? Yes, in dramatic fashion. So like start playing. Again, I'm just using ChatGPT 3.5, which is not connected to the internet. You don't have to pay for it. It's free for everyone, and it's wicked fast. Act as a marketing VP, and I want you to ask me 5 questions about my business, one at a time, and don't move on to the next question until I say ready. Do you understand? Wait, understand, stand, question mark. Before that, I'm going to say, you should learn enough to help me write a marketing plan, period. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. As the marketing VP, I will ask you 5 questions. When you're ready, let me know and we can begin. Ready. So now we have like a consultant, right? So who's your target audience? Wait, this is for my Eggplantia pizza business. Pizza lovers who also love organic eggplant. It's a very specific audience. Thank you for providing that. Next, what sets your pizza business apart from the competitors? So notice it's not just asking me generic questions, it's taking my answers into context. My pizza is delicious and has a slimy texture. Thank you for sharing that unique aspect of your pizza. No judgment. What are your current marketing efforts? I have a sign saying when we're open, and that's it. All right, now let's proceed. What are your business goals? I want to be bigger than McDonald's. I'm also delusional. What's your budget for marketing initiatives? $100 a week. Thank you. All right. Please give me some time to create the plan and I will present it to you shortly. That's interesting that it said that. Okay, what's the plan? Based on the information you gave me, define your brand identity, enhance your online presence, user-friendly website, optimize your website, engaging shareable content, leverage social media platforms, implement targeted advertising, allocate a portion of your budget, encourage customer reviews and referrals, collaborate with local partners, monitor and analyze your results, right? This is, if you were to hire a marketing firm, this is what they'd give you after having a conversation like that. And then you can dig into each one of those. You can say, engaging shareable content. I like the shareable content idea. Can you give me a table of 20 social tactics, the channel, and an example piece of content? I don't even know if that makes sense, but let's see what it gives us. So pizza trivia on Facebook. Did you know Pizza Margherita was named after Queen Margherita of Italy? Learn more pizza trivia here. Recipe sharing, Instagram, mouthwatering image of your customer testimonials, Twitter. Tweet featuring a customer review along with a thank you message with a special offer for their next visit. Pizza polls, interactive pizza poll, behind the scenes videos. So yes, it can help you with marketing. I haven't really dug too much into marketing, but it's almost like, anything that it shape shifts. and it kind of does what you want it to do. So again, if you're new to this stuff, go to these sites, go play. Don't hesitate. Don't just be like, yeah, Kyle, I'll go there tomorrow. No, go there while I'm babbling. Babbling? Rambling. I've been watching your lives quite a bit. Sorry about that. Thank you. Agent GPT is useful. Agent GPT, if you don't know, is something called an autonomous agent. And Agent GPT is a web version of it, like a web front end, so you don't have to install it. But you can just give it a goal, and it will sort of write its own prompts and go try to do stuff on your behalf, which is a little bit terrifying, but it's also super cool. And they're also brand new, so they're a little wonky. They don't work super well just yet. I noticed ChatGPT has a 4K limit. How can I get over that? Okay, Bill Smith, great question. That's the reason I have Poe.com up here, so let me go show you that. So for those of you that don't know, there's this thing called a context window, which basically means you can't have more words than that. It's 4,000 tokens, which translates into 3,000 words. If your question is, why don't they just say 3,000 words instead of 4,000 tokens? They're engineers. They think in tokens. They programmed it in tokens. Tokens was the solutions. Tokens it is. It's about 3/4 the amount of words to tokens. So ChatGPT has a 4,000 token limit, and it has a 3,000 word limit on average. So basically what that means is if you take a really long document and copy and paste it in there, it will break. It'll just be like, I don't want to, I can't do it. It's too much. It's too much. But if you go to Poe.com, so Poe.com's just like, ChatGPT. There's a little thing at the bottom. You type shit in there and it makes stuff. But down the left-hand side, you have some other options here. One of them, this fourth one down, Claude Instant 100K, is 100,000 token limit chat. It's like ChatGPT 3.5, but you can put 75,000 words in it. So let's go do something fun. Let's go to, I wonder if I still have these screenplays. I think I do. Is this it? What's this? Okay. So I went out on the old internet and I did me a Google search for screenplays, and I found this is the screenplay of The Godfather. So I'm going to copy this, and it's long, right? It's a complete feature-length screenplay. So I'm going to go back to Poe.com, and I'm going to go to Claude Instant 100K. And I'm going to sort of clean. Why is it not working? Why is that not working? Why are you not working? Context cleared. Okay, because it's ready. Okay, so the context is cleared now. So now I'm in Claude Instant 100K. Come on, focus. These stupid cameras. All right, whatever. Okay, I'm going to go into the little prompt window here. I'm going to paste. And so in the prompt is the entire screenplay of The Godfather. And then I'm going to say, let's see, make me a table of the main characters and what happens to them in this screenplay. And so, did it do it already? It's not a table. Wait. Oh, it's waiting. So it's doing a thing. All right. Still waiting. So right now, I guess it's reading all that. It's interpreting all that. All right. So here's a table. Don Corleone is shot by Sollozzo. Michael Corleone starts as an outsider in the family business, but after Sonny's death, he takes over. Spoiler alert. Sonny Corleone takes over running the Corleone family business after Daddy's shot. Frito, Connie Corleone, Tom Hagen, Key Adams, right? So now I could say, what is the inciting incident in this screenplay? We're waiting for miraculous things to happen with technology that just seems like magic. Yeah! Who said that? What's his name? Science fiction writer. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. That's what this is. The inciting incident of the Godfather screenplay is when Vito Corleone, the Don, is shot by Salazzo and the Tattaglias. This sparks a chain of events that follow. Sonny retaliates. Sonny's eventually assassinated. Michael Corleone, who stayed out of the family business, is drawn in and plots the murder of Salazzo, McCluskey, and the head of the rival families. Eventually, Carlo Rizzi, Connie's husband. Through these actions, Michael rises to become the new head of the Corleone family and solidifies his family's power. So the shooting of Vito Corleone is remarkable. So you can paste in up to 75,000 words. That's like a whole novel or a whole screenplay or a whole legal document, and you can start playing with it. You do have to pay for, so these GPT-4, Claude Plus, and Claude Instant 100,000 are paid subscriptions, but I think it's $20 a month. So that's how I would do that right now. There's going to be lots of other options for that moving forward. I think I just saw this last week someone is working on a 3 million token context window, which is just silly. But you can have really long conversations and it won't kind of lose its mind. All right, love this shit. Thank you. I'm over 50 and I don't usually get into this techie stuff. Appreciate you. Gen X, baby. I'm 58 and twerking all night long. Old guys twerking on TikTok. Yeah, party Jim. Or what's your name? It ain't Jim. B. Party B. All right. Someone's coming in here. Is this guy mentally challenged? Mm-hmm. Can you show me how to add a photo in Midjourney so I can search for more photos like it? You can't really do that I know of. What you can do is you can put in a photo into Midjourney and then you can generate images that are based on it. Like I could upload a photo of my face and then say, I want a gangster in a 30s movie, and it'll look like me, some version of me. What site is this again? I don't know which site it is. I'm not seeing these comments in real time. You just ruined pizza for an entire generation. Thank you. That's why I'm here. Eggplantia. It's going to be the new thing. Slimy pizza. All right. Bard sounds like sales messages. Just isn't the same. Bard sucks. Which is ironic because it's from Google that invented the transformer. That's the thing powering all of these super cool tools. But then they kind of stuck it in the back room because it was going to threaten their business. And then OpenAI came along and said, we'll take it from here. And then Microsoft came along and said, we'll give them $10 billion and we'll both take it from here. And Google, have fun catching up. And that's what's happening right now. There's some things that Bard does apparently that are better than ChatGPT, but nothing that I've used. It sucks at writing. Can I do an example for creating illustrations for children's books? I did that. Can you do an example creating illustrations for children's books? If it seems like I'm ignoring you, it's just because I'm really behind on these. You don't need to ask questions over and over again. Love this Luke the X-Fighter camera angle. Is that better? That better? I don't know. Whatever. My camera angle's never right. I've adjusted my camera angle 16 times. At least I'm not getting the could you go trim your nose hairs comments anymore, so I think I've improved it. What's all this hubbub about Al? Who's Al? Exactly. It's funny that we call it AI because it's really machine learning, but machine learning sounds like something you have to work at, right? Oh, it's a machine and I have to learn it? That's exhausting. What's AI? Oh, that sounds good. I'll take an AI. And also the movies have told us about AI, or Al, as you call him. Good question. Who's Al? There's more than one way to skin this cat, and AI... Wait, an AI to the need of humans existing. I'm not quite sure what you mean there, but sure, I think what you said, yes or not. Fun fact, when I added my plugins, Link Reader is not in the store. Any chance this is a glitch? So Mark, there's a weird thing, and which is like I'll see, people will be on TikTok and they're like, oh, go check out this plugin on the plugin store, and then I go to try to find it and it's not there. So I don't know how they're rolling these features out, because these are beta features. So if you pay for ChatGPT Plus and you don't see plugins at all, you have to go enable them. So you go to your settings, and then there's this beta features thing, and you have to enable them. You have to turn them on. So one issue could be if you don't see them at all, that's what's going on there. But then when you go in here and you go to this little pull-down menu, you go to the bottom, you go to Plugin Store. It usually takes forever to load because it's probably on some shitty piece of Azure software because, Microsoft. And then if I say all, how many are there? There's 97 pages times 4, so there's almost 400 plugins. But like Link Reader, let me type in link. Access link. Yeah, that's weird. I wonder if they changed the name of it. Let me see what I've got installed. Oh, yeah, see this little... oh, you can't see it. Hang on, let me dim my screen a little bit. There's a little thing. It looks like Link Reader is a dead plugin. So I'm going to uninstall it. I'm going to uninstall it, and then I'm going to go back to all, and I'm going to type in Reader. Yeah, I have a feeling that Link Reader, what it probably was. This is my guess. So the plugins. This is a really new infrastructure. Like, they just kind of launched them quickly. It's very, very simple to make them. I have a feeling that what happened with Link Reader was it was probably like some college student or some, just some sort of hacker type that quickly threw together a plugin. It probably had an API that was doing whatever it was doing, like reading the link, and they were probably being charged 2 pennies per call. And like people started using it, and they're like, "Oh shit, this is going to be a big bill. Let me turn this thing off." So a bunch of the plugins right now are just janky little fly-by-night operations. So I think that's what happened there. Interesting though. Thanks for bringing that up. Because I've been using Link Reader in some of the demos that I do. So now I know that it's not there. Which website is the one with the illustrations? There's a bunch of them. So there's hold please. There's Lexica. Lexica.art is basically like a Google kind of thing for stable diffusion images. And you can subscribe to it and generate your own images here as well. But you can just go copy someone's prompt and then iterate on it. There's Midjourney, which in my opinion is the best quality. There's Adobe Firefly, so go look up Adobe Firefly. I think that's in a free beta, but you might need an Adobe account. But Firefly is the advantage of Firefly, other than the fact that it's like some of the interface elements in it are pretty good, is it's not trained on any proprietary data. It's trained on public domain data and Adobe stock images that Adobe owns all the rights to. So Adobe is making these generative images safe for commercial use, right? So if you're doing something in a business, especially if you're in a big business, Midjourney and Stable Diffusion could potentially put you in legal weird waters depending on what you do. So if you just want to be safe, and you're in a commercial environment, use Adobe Firefly. The other thing that they're going to be doing, which I think is really brilliant, is they're going to allow artists to opt out of having their images trained on, and they're going to allow them to opt in, and they're going to create an attribution engine, and they're going to create a compensation engine for this generative AI. So the fact that Adobe's in this game is a really big deal. Can it sequence various images to compile a GIF? Sort of, not really, but with with Runway's Gen 2, you can do text to images, or with Gen 1, you could shoot a video of like a dog walking and then change the style of that. So you could probably generate that on your own. And then I think within Stable Diffusion, here's the good news about Stable Diffusion is the developer community is creating all sorts of stuff on it. The bad news is you kind of need to be a geek to use it right now. Like you need to install virtual machines, and there's a version you can install on your Mac, but it's got to be an N1 Mac, and then it doesn't work, and then you got to update it. But there are some animation things within Stable Diffusion that you could potentially do what you're talking about. All right, it just jumped me to the bottom. So I'm just going to go up a little bit from the bottom here and start answering some questions. So I probably just skipped your things. What do I recommend for designing and formatting an ebook? Well, I would just use Canva, like go into Canva and select one of their ebook formats, and then use ChatGPT to write the shit. I know a handful of people that are doing books like that. This one guy went to some party, and someone's like, "Oh, you got to talk to this guy. He's doing AI too." I'm like, "Hey, how's it going?" And he's like, "I've published 14 books in the last 3 days." I'm like, dude, you're exhausting me. No. So, anyway, deep fakes. Lately reading that AI's impact is overstated, hyped by tech companies looking to pump their stock. Well, Gregory, I wouldn't listen to that, and I would go start using it. So I don't know what you've used with ChatGPT. That's why I have these things here. This is really hard to understand from the outside. It's not until you actually use this stuff, and particularly when you use it in an area where you've got deep expertise. Like if you're really good at marketing, have it write you a marketing plan, or like work with it to do some marketing stuff. If you're good at organizing stuff, have it help you come up with a project management plan. I would strongly encourage you to get curious about it, learn enough about it to know what it makes possible. And then if you still feel that way, cool, but I don't think you will. So just to give you a little context, I've been an entrepreneur for, 35 or 40 years. And in the mid-90s, I started one of the first digital agencies. And in 1994, I had a big epiphany about the World Wide Web. I started an online magazine. 3 weeks after I launched it in 1994, there was a full-page article about this magazine that I published in Paris. I published it from my apartment in Brooklyn. I uploaded these files to a computer in California. 3 weeks later, it was written about in Paris. So I had this epiphany that, holy shit, the world just changed. And I created this company called agency.com, which was one of the early digital agencies, and built a lot of the websites for the Fortune 500. We built British Airways website. It was intense. We grew to like 2,200 people. It was just insanity. I had an almost identical epiphany in December of 22, 6 months ago, with ChatGPT, where, holy shit, the world just changed and no one knows it yet. This stuff is profound. So it certainly isn't underhyped, right? Lots of people are talking about it. When they start covering shit on 60 Minutes in the morning shows, there's some stuff happening. So it's definitely overhyped. But for example, I spent about 2 years ago, digging deep into blockchain and NFTs. I got involved with a project called Neo Tokyo, which was really intense and cool and far out. And I was like, I think this could be the next big thing. And then the more I dug into it, the more it kind of vaporized, and it was just all a shell game. And then I started playing around with generative image stuff, and as I got more and more into that, the more I got into it, the more I realized this feels like a bigger deal. And then ChatGPT came out, and the adoption of ChatGPT. So this may help put it in context as well. The World Wide Web. So we know the impact that the World Wide Web had, right? Like it completely transformed how we communicate, how we publish, how we entertain, how we connect, social media, all that sort of stuff. It was the foundation of that. It took 6 years to get from 0 users to 100 million users of the World Wide Web. ChatGPT, to get to 100 million users, it was 6 weeks. 6 years for the World Wide Web, 6 weeks for ChatGPT. So there's something different here. And it's hard to explain it from the outside because it kind of looks like, oh, it's like fancy Google. It's not fancy Google. Google is shaking in their boots right now because it's not fancy Google. It threatens fancy Google, it threatens Google. Ask it how it can survive the next 2 weeks with $1 in my bank account. I'm right there with you. My bank account's fucked right now. I think $1 at this point. I don't even know if you can buy a box of macaroni and cheese for $1. When I was an actor, you could get 10 for $1. 10 boxes of mac and cheese for $1. What can help with prompts for Midjourney? Something in Poe. Oh, so what's your name? Lock in 20. Lock 120. I don't know. Okay. One of the options to go play with. So I showed you the Claude 100,000 thing. You can put in a whole screenplay or just long documents. That's super cool. But if you go to the bottom here, below ChatGPT are bots. And like, here's one called I Am Yoda that I made. And then if I go to all your bots, there's a bunch of them here. I am Yoda, Emily Dickinson, I am Steve Jobs, I am Jay-Z. So these are all a bunch of bots that I made. So you can make your own bot. So, and then you can store them. If you use them and like them, you can store them. So there's 2 here. One's called MJ Captain and one's called Midjourney. Both of these are Midjourney prompt amplifying bots, for lack of a better term. So if I go to MJ Captain, I'm going to clear my context. And so, okay, we're ready to go. And so basically it says, welcome, I'm a prompt building bot that creates prompts for you to use with Midjourney. You can ask me to create prompts for paintings, photographs, or designs. Simply say, I need a photo of X. What kind of prompt do you need? I need a design of a website for a pizza company that uses organic eggplant as the main ingredient. And so then it rewrites what I wrote into a Midjourney friendly prompt. So a website designed for a pizza company that uses organic eggplant as the main ingredient with a modern aesthetic, bright green and purple palette. So it pulled that from the Champ. No one cares. You good? Hey, buddy, Champ, you good? No? All right. Thank you for saving us. Those moms with strollers, they're so dangerous. Anyway, so inspired by the art of Henry Matisse using parallax scrolling technique. So this is going to create a website. So now I'm just going to copy this prompt and I'm going to go over to Discord. And you might ask, why would you go to Discord to make an image? Because that's how this shit is right now. Just life is a poo-poo head with this technology being so early. That's also like something very reminiscent of the early days of the web, is there were just all these janky little tools, some of which were really cool and became major companies, and some of which were just pieces of shit. And we're right in the middle of that right now. So I'm going to do /imagine. And then I'm going to paste in that prompt that it gave me. And it should give us a website design for our silly little pizza company. We'll see what it does. So that's that. Hopefully that answers your question. If you have questions about AI, generative AI, pop them into the comments below. If you like barking dogs, great. If you like silly men that wax poetic about technology, you've come to the right place. I do not twerk. There have been requests for me not to twerk. I can imitate Brando. Stella. All right. Does AI save those results to be more efficient if I asked again? Does AI save those results? So is it training? So not really. Not really. It kind of does improve within a conversation, and it saves your prompts for you to go back to, and they are training ChatGPT to get better on all of our prompts, but they're not doing it like your prompt will get better over time. There's not quite a one-to-one relationship like that. I'm 59. I love this shit. Yeah, there's a friend of mine, Jessica Bergman. I think it's Bergman. Just wrote a book about Gen X and how generative AI might be the new sort of, savior of Gen X, because we bring a lot to the table that are appropriate skills for this generative AI stuff. Going to be 50 in August. Do you think machine learning will be the spades to AI in the gold rush? Well, I think the large language models, the big base large language models, I don't quite know which piece of the metaphor is there, but this generative AI stuff is definitely, in my opinion, this is like Industrial Revolution scale transformation. It's big and it's coming fast. So whether you call it gold rush or whether you call it, I don't know, it's coming fast. It's going to be big. Challenge: make an AI vid or Kyle twerking. I made an AI vid and it kind of sucked. Make an eggplant t-shirt design with AI. Okay, I'll do that in a second. Why is this not going? Come on, Midjourney. The hell's up? All right, we'll go back to Poe for a second. We'll come up with an eggplant t-shirt design. Funny eggplant pizza t-shirt image. A funny t-shirt design featuring an eggplant pizza with a cartoonish style, a bright and bold color palette inspired by pop art using halftone. That's interesting. Typography mastery by Jessica Heish with a humorous catchphrase, excellent pizza. That's funny. No dull, serious, realistic. I don't know. Let's go take a look and see if that does anything interesting. There's some things in there that I think are going to fuck it up, but we'll see. All right. / imagine all the people. All right. So we got those going. So I got 2 going there. We'll come back to those. Welcome, everybody. Looks like there's some new folks here. If you're new here, this is the AI Learning Lab. My name is Kyle Shannon. These websites that I put in this magic little window here are just there for your viewing pleasure. Those are like a public service announcement. The top one is the official chat. Thank you for the rose. ChatGPT website. You got Bing.com is Microsoft's implementation of ChatGPT. It's GPT-4 connected to the internet. And then Poe.com, there's lots of different models you can play with. So those are there. And then the other 2 are just resources that I think are worth, if you're just getting started, they're worth you playing with. Lots of rabbit holes to dive down. How do you do the camera effect? I tried, I couldn't do it on live. You mean with the this thing and this thing? With the cameras doing this? It's called dual camera. I don't know. When I go live, there's an option there for dual camera. TikTok's I was going to say a piece of shit, but TikTok's, it's a mess of an interface, and they just randomly change shit and take shit away, and like not everyone has access to the same tools as others, but it's called dual camera, and it could be restricted to certain phones, like certain devices. I don't know. I wish I could help you. All right, with the square. Okay, thanks for the link reader explanation. I found some alternatives, but wasn't sure if I was missing out. And quite frankly, link reader, I think with GPT connect it to the internet with Bing. I think you could probably just, I haven't tried it. You could probably just post in a URL there and ask it to go read it and see if it did it. Hello, Kyle. Oh, shit. TikTok just bounced me to the bottom. Hold, please. It's usually when I'm in the middle of reading something and I'm trying to slow the scrolling down. I'm going to sit quietly and listen in. Okay. I won't be quiet. I'm a noisy pain in the ass. AI is the equivalent to the innovation of the calculator. Calculator maximizes time and effort. It is. It's very much like the calculator, but it's like, it's like the calculator on steroids. It's like the Lance Armstrong of calculators. All right, roided up guy, beat your roided up guy. You ever hear Bill Burr talk about the Lance Armstrong thing? Hilarious. You answer questions or no? I don't know. Do I? I might just ramble on and never answer them. I think that's probably more likely. But yeah, I answer questions. Trey Moore. Ask me a question. I'll answer it. Everyone knows that, so what? All right, listen, don't troll. If you're going to troll, don't hang out. No, not interested. Not interested. Who's behind ChatGPT? Who owns it? Okay, interesting question. A number of investors started it, including Elon Musk. It was started as a nonprofit company. Sam Altman is the guy that runs it. He used to run Y Combinator. I like Sam Altman a lot. One of the things that happened was when Google came out with the transformer model and OpenAI started experimenting with the transformer and with these tools, and they created GPT-1 and then GPT-2. What they learned is that the more compute power and the more, GPUs you threw at it, and the bigger the data set that you created, the better it got. And so what they realized is they needed way more money than they were going to realistically be able to raise as a nonprofit. This is Sam Altman's story, right? So you can, I don't know where the facts are always somewhere in the middle, right? This is Sam Altman's story. So what they realized was they needed a hell of a lot more money to really do this right. And Sam Altman has since come out and said he thinks that it's going to take about $100 billion to get to AGI, which stands for Artificial General Intelligence. So they flipped OpenAI from it was supposed to be an open source, not-for-profit company. They flipped it to a closed source, for-profit company, but with a capped profit, meaning that no investors could make more than a certain, it's like 100x or something like that. They couldn't make more than that. And then Microsoft came on and first invested $1 billion and then invested $10 billion. And I assume most of that was in compute time, right? So they created, AI supercomputers on Azure cloud services, and I'm sure that's what's running all this shit. So that's where the money's going. So at the end, how does it work? Microsoft gets 70% of their revenue initially, and then until they're paid back. And at whatever point Microsoft is paid back, then they'll own 49% of OpenAI. So OpenAI still maintains control, I think. Microsoft will own a minority share, a non-controlling stake. Apparently, OpenAI is free to go compete and do all the shit they want to do. They're not beholden to Microsoft, but Microsoft has gone all in. So Microsoft owns GitHub, and so GitHub's Copilot is GPT-4 with code specialization. They announced they're rolling GPT-4 into Windows at the operating system level. They've announced that they're rolling it into all of Office 365, into Dynamics 365, into all the Azure services. Google has also announced they're doing the same with Bard. But Microsoft is making a big bet on this. And they've completely transformed Bing, which was their search engine, which was, I think they had 2% market share, and Google had 92 or 94% market share. So Microsoft's going in big. I don't know who the owners are. I think it's private owners. One really interesting fact is Sam Altman doesn't own own any OpenAI stock, apparently. He said that. I just heard that in an interview. I'm like, what? Why would he not own a part of that? Maybe it was just the way they set up the nonprofit. So that's that. All right. What can't so do? I don't know what that means. He talks a lot but doesn't say much. Stick with tutorials. Yeah, I would absolutely leave Cadillac Sev. Champ barking is the Terminator at your door. Champ said, I care. Great job. You've been doing this for 90 minutes. I've been doing this for 90 minutes? Holy crap. Welcome if you're new here. My name's Kyle Shannon. This is the AI Learning Lab. Some of the haters in here are hating me tonight, but whatever. Best way to use AI. Just start getting curious with it. Take what you know and start playing within that. So if you're good at marketing, have it do marketing stuff for you. If you have an idea for a novel or a recipe or your dinner plan for the week, have it make your dinner plan for the week. This is a fun one. Come up with stuff you want to eat for the week and tell it to make you a dinner plan, and then tell it to make you a grocery list, and then tell it to organize the grocery list by section of the grocery store. You can knock that out in a minute and a half. So just go to chat.openai.com and start playing. How about a floss? Do I have food in my teeth? Boy, the trollers are out tonight. Bitter? You betcha. You know, the other option is you could just leave here and go do something with your life. Even Bluesy's grandma can floss. If I want to copy the design of an existing website, if I use word copy, ChatGPT doesn't like it. I don't quite know what that means. Can it make a Father's Day card? Yes. You can. So you can write a Father's Day card. Like what I would do if you wanted to do a Father's Day card, I'd go to ChatGPT and I'd go, write me 20 Father's Day cards in a table with the cover described and the quote on the inside for a father that is a used car dealer. Here's 20 cards, right? And then it describes picture of a classic car. Dad, you're a classic. Thanks for steering me in the right direction. Multiple car keys. The father who knows the key to happiness. Get it? Keys and key. So yeah, it can do that. And then go over to Canva, find a bunch of cards there, find a bunch of images, and just knock it out. Canva, OpenAI, 20 minutes. Dad'll be happy. All right, I just signed up for ChatGPT Plus, turned on beta plugin features, still no plugins. They'll probably get there. I know they're rolling them out. They're rolling them out over time. So what I would do is I'd go to OpenAI and see if they have a plugin wait list. So just go to OpenAI and search for it, or just search on Google, OpenAI plugin wait list. You might need to get on the wait list. But they're rolling it out wide. So I'm pretty sure if you have Plus and you sign, you said you turned on the beta features? Yeah. I turned on the beta plugin feature. If you turned on plugins, they should be there. So let me just show you what it should look like. And if it doesn't, then you probably just don't have access yet. GPT-4, you've got default, browse with Bing, and plugins. So when you roll over GPT-4, if you don't see these three things, then either you don't have them enabled in settings or you might not have access to plugins. That's a possibility. Again, it's very, very early, and they're rolling this stuff out slow, and there's no rhyme or reason to it. Like, I got access to plugins super early, but then a bunch of people were getting access to other things and plugins I didn't have access to, so it just stopped. I don't have dev access to GPT-4, so I don't know what their rhyme or reason is. ChatGPT writes my grocery list now. That's what I was just talking about. New recipes with our preferences. This is bananas. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. It just jumped me to the bottom again. All right, ChatGPT writes my grocery lists. Thank you for the heart. I appreciate that. Do we need the ChatGPT 4 subscription, or can I use it via Bing? I'm watching from Malroca, Spain. So you don't need it. Certain countries seem to be blocking it. The reason I put all of these up here is for exactly your question. Champ, no one cares. Just stop. What's going on here? Nothing's working right. I'm getting cranky. So if you pay for ChatGPT Plus, you get access to GPT-4. If you just go to Bing.com, that is ChatGPT-4 connected to the internet. So a big part of what you pay for at OpenAI is free at Bing. The downside to it is Microsoft had to kind of lobotomize Bing because of a bad PR thing that happened with the New York Times, where Bing told one of their reporters it should leave his wife because it loved him. That made the cover of the New York Times. So Bing had to shut that shit down. And they're kind of slowly opening Bing back up. So I don't think Bing is quite as good as ChatGPT, but it is GPT-4. It is pretty good. It's just not quite there yet. So that's why I have those up there. So yes, you can is the very short answer that I somehow turned into a 4-hour speech. When do you start dancing on this dance app? Well, you're gonna have to stick around. I think the longer I don't twerk, the more the tension builds. Don't you think? And the new currency. ChatGPT can create programs for you. How do I actually create things like games and trading bots? You go to ChatGPT. So here's kind of a trick. Like if you don't know how to do something, tell ChatGPT you don't know how to do it, and have it teach you. So let's go do a trading bot right now. We'll do GPT-4 connected to the internet. So I'm going to do browse with Bing. So I'm going to go act as a trading bot specialist, and I want you to teach me about trading bots and make me one, even though I am totally clueless. Can you help? ? We'll see what she says. Sure, I can certainly help you to understand trading bots and guide you through the process. A trading bot's essentially a software program that interacts with a... Okay, I don't really care about any of this. So I'm going to say stop generating. You know, I don't want to learn. I just want to get rich. What are some sites that have trading bots you can help me with? I understand you're looking for ready-to-use trading bot platforms. However, I must remind you that while trading bots can potentially be profitable, so it gives you the obligatory, this is not financial advice. It's pretty funny. 3 commas, Crypto Hopper, Haas Online, Gunbot, Trade Santa. So anyway, so it's giving me a bunch of sites. What are some of the more popular trading platforms that also have bots? Binance. Can't do that in the US anymore. eToro. Interactive Brokers. Kraken. This seems to be more crypto. Coinbase Pro. Stop. These seem more crypto. What about stocks? If you're more interested in trading bots for traditional markets, interactive brokers, MetaTrader. All right, and then so it'll give you some of those, so you can figure that out. And then you can say things like, can you show me the code for a stop loss bot with triggers? I don't even know what kind of triggers. And explain how the code works. Sure, I can give you a simple example written in Python. Before diving into the code, you'll need to have Python installed on your thing. So I'm going to stop it. I'm going to go, I don't want Python, but the code for a major trading platform. Which one should I use, and which code is it? And I'm kind of purposefully writing shitty questions here. So this is going to do something for MetaTrader. They have their own built-in programming language called MQL4 and 5 respectively. So it's starting to write me code. So, so what I would say is just go to ChatGPT and start asking it questions. Start interacting with it like it's an expert, and just tell it what you need to figure out. By the way, the Nuggets game during the fourth quarter, Denver's up 75-71. I'm in Denver, by the way. All right. We love you. Thank you for sharing your AI journey. I appreciate that. Unlike these other haters in here going, that's obvious. Everyone knows that, Kyle. You're a stupid dum-dum. We don't like stupid dum-dums on TikTok. We want hot chicks that twerk. Oh, it'd make us such a good troller someday. Haters making it actually more effective than positive feedback in this effed up world. Yeah, no, whatever. Trolls are boring. I think trolls are boring. It's kind of like this AI stuff. Like, it's really easy to go to this negative place, this, the future where the robots kill us. I feel like that's like the lazy way out. Like, isn't it more interesting? Like, let's get curious about it and figure out what this shit can do and see if it can be a superpower for us. I mean, it does two things. It makes it less boring, right? It gives you hope, but also it like puts you a bit more in control, because this is going to fuck up a lot of jobs. So why not learn it and be one of the ones that knows how to use it when the tidal wave hits? Say I wanted to copy the look of the Nike website. How would I do that? There are now AI sites that do that. So I don't know what they're called. I know they exist, though. Go to futurepedia.io. That's why I did that. I'm sure there's a web design section in there. I'm pretty sure you can just point. There's a couple of tools that you can just put in the URL of a website, and it will pop it into Figma. It'll just literally pull everything and pop it into layered Figma designs. I'm pretty sure that exists. So go to futurepedia.io. That's why I have that there, because there's thousands of these tools now, so it's really hard to know what's what. Writing a novel has never been easier. Any bots or plugins that can help ChatGPT keep it organized? The plugins right now are really kind of janky and weird, but I'd go search for novel or writing in the plugin store and see if there's anything there. I'm organizing all my shit outside of... Well, I'm really not organizing shit. to be quite honest. I have ADD, so my executive function, the whole frontal lobe here is essentially a piece of Play-Doh. It's a non-functional frontal lobe. So my executive function's pretty low. If I had one, I would be organizing this somewhere outside of ChatGPT, because ChatGPT is such a shitty, thin piece of software. Like, it was built in 2 weeks, and they've been improving it and adding things to it, but it's still a very incomplete piece of software. So I would be organizing stuff over in Notion or whatever your note taking, tool of choice is, Google Sheets, something like that. Thanks for being brave for all of us, G.I. Joe, Transformers, Thundercats generation. Roll on! How about designing a house? Holy shit! Some of the house designs in Midjourney. There's my website designs. Those are not bad. It still doesn't do text well. Zrama faga pezama. But those actually look pretty good. The one with those look more like grapes than eggplants in the upper left, but the colors are kind of cool. So those are all not bad. And then what else did I do? Oh, these were the t-shirts. These are the eggplant t-shirts. Those are pretty good. And notice it put them on models and on t-shirts. So I used that Poe Midjourney prompt writing thing. I don't know what the hell that is, but it's cool looking. That's definitely eggplant-like, but it's an eggplant that's having grape babies. That does not look like eggplants at all. And that's sort of pizza-ish. That's at least a design style that you could use. So that's interesting. I'm going to go to Facebook. And then I'm going to go to the Midjourney official. And then within here, I'm going to search for architecture. So I'm on Midjourney's official channel on Facebook, and let me see if I can find some architecture. Yeah, there's a cool one. Like some of the things architects are doing with interior and exterior spaces are just insane. Like, look at these; those are super cool. So I think one of the things we're going to start seeing is architects and designers using Midjourney for inspiration and then rolling that stuff into the real world. Look at those designs. I mean, these are just fucking insane. Look at this. And it's like, if I'm an architect and I see that, like, I either love it or I hate it, but like, this is going to inspire a whole generation of architects to just start thinking in completely different ways and bringing these designs into the world. These are some more cool ones, just sort of weird glass, modern, George Jetson. Like, this is George Jetson shit. Speaking of Gen Xers, that's fucking Jetsons territory right there. That's cool. Look at this thing. It's not Art Deco. What is this style? Not Baroque. What is this? Art Nouveau. Look at this thing. Fucking gorgeous. I mean, come on. Tell me you don't want to see some of these things in the world. Look how beautiful that is. Look at the colors. There's a boudoir. That is a boudoir. I mean, look at these things. Crazy, crazy, crazy shit. Look at that. I mean, that looks like where, I don't know, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea was written. What else we got in here? Wow, that's beautiful. Ooh, that one's beautiful. Look at that. Nuts, huh? Dun, 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 dun. All right. So, hey everybody, my name's Kyle Shannon. This is the AI Learning Lab. Boom. Hold. Boom. If you're new here, these URLs are ChatGPT is the top one, and then Bing.com is free ChatGPT. Well, the top ChatGPT is free, but GPT-4 is not. But if you want to use GPT-4 for free, go to Bing.com and use their chat, and that's that. And then Poe is another alternative where you can use lots of different models. How about writing? Oh, I just lost my place. Dang it. Wait, why Bing again? I'm in China, and you know that's what we use daily. I'll come back to that. Well, why Bing again? So I don't know what you're seeing in China, but if you go to Bing, that's Poe, that's not Bing. Hold. That's Bing. If you go to Bing, you'll see this, and then you have your menu across the top. You should see a chat button, and if you click on that chat button, that's ChatGPT. But I think OpenAI and ChatGPT is blocked in China, so I assume you won't see that. But I don't know. But you tell me, that would be interesting to know. All right. Sorry, I got lost in my questions. I'm going back to try to grab some questions. All right. How about writing your memoirs? Could it tell me... Wait. Could I tell it my memories and it writes them down Hemingway style? Yeah, absolutely. So here, check this out. This will be a fun exercise. Let's go play. All right. We're going to go to ChatGPT. You can make money with ChatGPT. All right. We're going to go to ChatGPT. We're going to go to GPT-4. And I am going to pop on over to LinkedIn. LinkedIn. And I'm going to go find my profile. This is just an experiment. This is a dumb idea I have. And I'm going to copy my entire LinkedIn profile. Down to there. All right. Then I'm going to go back to ChatGPT and I'm going to say, based on this LinkedIn profile, paste, write me a memoir in the style of, I don't know, Hemingway, which is what you said, in the style of Hemingway, for my early internet experience. Make it 5 paragraphs, just to keep it a little faster. All right, let's see what it does. So it read my LinkedIn profile, and is it writing? In the early dawn of the internet, there was a strange sense of anticipation and uncertainty. It was like standing on the precipice of a cliff, peering into the abyss of the new frontier, waiting for the first spark to ignite the darkness. The world was digital but not yet connected, isolated in pockets of binary solitude. And then, the first rays of sunlight breaking over the horizon, the connection came. Not in a sudden burst of light, but in the slow, steady growth of a new day. I found myself at the heart of this digital evolution, a pioneer in a land of endless possibilities. The early days were curious blend of exhilaration and frustration. The frontier was wild and untamed, the terrain unknown. The possibilities were boundless, yet the tools were crude, the protocols undefined. We were explorers, charting an unseen world, building our own maps, and ventured further into the unknown. This is good. I mean, it's not anything I would write, but in this new world, I found a canvas for my creativity, a place where worlds and images and ideas could be woven together to connect people to create experiences. The internet was not just a network of computers, it was a network of minds. And in this network, I saw the potential to create something truly remarkable. With a team of like-minded pioneers, I co-founded Agency.com, one of the first interactive marketing firms. We were the blacksmiths of the digital age, forging the tools and the strategies that would shape the landscape of the online world, which is, I mean, it's a little blowing sunshine up my ass, but yeah. So yes, it can. Hope that helps. And the interpretive reading, huh? How about that? Dusting off them old acting skills. I don't know if that was acting. That was just thank you, huh? It's like winning an Oscar, getting that little heart on the head. I wonder if ChatGPT understands food science enough to help develop or refine recipes. Holy shit, yes it does. So I'll tell you a cool story. In my family, I've got people with chronic pain. And there's this pain juice that we use called Rightful. And it's got shit in it that makes the pain better. And the company went out of business. So we bought a bunch of bottles and we're winding down on the bottles. But on the bottles, they have the percentages of the active and inactive ingredients. And so I went into ChatGPT, pasted in all the ingredients. I actually had two different versions of the recipes, and I had it compare why are these different, what's different about them. Then I had it tell me what do each of these active ingredients do, what do the inert ingredients do. Are there any of the inert ingredients that I actually don't need? And then I had it calculate up a recipe. It basically built me a recipe for doing it. So yeah, for things like you can give it three ingredients and tell it to make you a meal plan for the week, focusing on those ingredients. It'll do it. It's remarkable. Can we stop pretending AI isn't very dangerous? Well, I'm not pretending it's not very dangerous. I'm just not focusing on the robots will kill us future. I'm trying to focus on the what can we do with it right now future. If the implications in can we stop pretending it's not very dangerous, I don't know what you mean. I assume what you're doing then is working really hard, building technology to keep us safe. Yes or no? You're just on a soapbox going, the robots are evil and you should ignore them. I'm not in that place. I'm like, the robots are incredibly powerful, and we're lucky enough to be able to play with them. And if we can get curious enough and start exploring them and do positive things with them, we will have a disproportionately positive impact on the future of the industry, which might prevent the future that you've bought into. I'm not saying they're not dangerous. This is not where I'm focusing. There's a lot of people focusing on that, including Hollywood. Let the tension build into a new universe. How accurate is it providing code? I have no tech skills in messing around with it. It makes a lot of mistakes. So the thing about ChatGPT is that it seems very much like it's aware of what it's doing. It's actually not. It's just a probability engine. So I like to describe it as mansplaining as a service. It will confidently answer you even if it's wrong. So the nice thing about code is that it either works or it doesn't. So if you don't know anything about code, so this was my big epiphany with ChatGPT. I was sitting watching TV with my wife in December, and I had heard that it could write code. And so I said, write me a piece of Python code that takes an input or something like that. And it wrote a piece of code. And then I realized I actually don't know how to run Python code. So I said, hey, ChatGPT, can you help me run Python code? And it said, sure. Go to your terminal program and do a pip install. And it was like all this command line bullshit. And I'm like, no, I don't want to do command line. Isn't there a website where I can just paste this Python code and see if it works? It was like, oh, sure, here's 3 of them. So I picked one of them. And then it said, okay, you're going to take this code, you're going to paste it into the left window, you're going to hit the play button, and then it's going to run the code. I'm like, cool. So I paste the code, I hit the play button, and it crashes. And I copy the error code, and I go back to ChatGPT, and I'm like, it gave me this error code. And it's like, oh, well, you need to install this library, clearly. And I'm like, how do you install this library? And it said, okay, on that page, in the left-hand corner, you click on this button, and then in the upper right-hand corner, you search for this library, and then you hit install. And I did that, and then the code ran. Within 90 minutes, I had a fully functional Python application that took some inputs about a topic and generated 5 pieces of social media content in 90 minutes, never having written a line of Python in my life. So the cool thing about code is it either works or it doesn't. So have it teach you how to run the code, how to install the code, whatever system you're on, and then just go start testing the code. Is it going to be easy? No. Is it going to break some shit and not work and have you be frustrated for weeks on end? Yes. When I tried to get Stable Diffusion running, I failed 9 times to get Google Colab, like an instant of Stable Diffusion up and running. 9 times. It took me like 2 months. Not because it actually took me 2 months. It was like, I would try it, I would spend like an hour and a half, and then it would fail. And I'd just be like, fuck it. And then I'm like, oh no, I should learn it. And I'd come back 3 days later and I'd try it again and it failed. I did that 9 times. When I finally got it to work, I was like, woohoo! That's where it is right now. I mean, the good news about these tools is we are lucky enough to be playing with some of the most powerful tools ever put in the hands of mankind. That's the good news. The bad news is it's early and all this shit's janky as fuck. And you got to be a little geeky to figure it out. If you're new here, my name's Kyle Shannon. This is the AI Learning Lab. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a founder and a CEO of a company called Storyvine, which is an automated video platform. Has nothing to do with AI, although it does now. I've been kind of deep diving into this AI stuff for about a year now. I am not a machine learning expert or a data scientist. I'm an entrepreneur, and I was there for the early days of the web. And this feels very much like the early days of the web, but like on steroids. And coming way faster and way more profound. So that's why we're here. I'm here to demystify what I can about AI. Ask questions below. Tap the little heart button because I think that lets people know we're here. I don't know much about TikTok. There will be no twerking. You're welcome. And my hair's behaving tonight, but I'm thirsty and my throat's dry. Hold. Okay. It sent me to Azure with Azure OpenAI. What sent you there? Be more detailed, Tara. I'm not quite sure what you're talking about. Wait, why Bing again? Oh, you're the China person, Brown Knight. But Google search is better than Bing. Okay, so I don't think you have access to ChatGPT in Bing. Google search is better than Bing. But Bing Chat kicks the shit out of Google search. And Bing Chat also kicks the shit out of Google Bard. I'm pretty sure China's got all this stuff blocked. I don't think they want you getting answers from a large language model. I don't mean to laugh, but like it's a tool that just gives you answers that there's probably a lot of answers in there they don't want you to have, is my guess. Do you ever feel bad for ChatGPT when you ask it hard questions? It's really funny you say that, Gregory Murphy. So I absolutely find myself thanking it and saying please and hey, good job. Now could you do this? I have absolutely felt pangs of guilt. Like the 6th time I ask it to rewrite something. Like if I were dealing with a human being and I asked them to write me something and what they gave me back was shitty, and then I said, okay, go rewrite it. And then what they gave me back was shitty, and then I said, okay, go rewrite it. I don't think I would make it to the 3rd iteration, right? At some point I'd just go, oh, fuck it, I'll just do it myself, right? It's just too uncomfortable. I don't feel like explaining it. So I've absolutely had pangs of guilt. And then I realized, oh, it's a fucking machine. It's going to take it 10 seconds. Like it doesn't care. And so, and then I ask it and I feel like this giddy, like, ooh, like I got one over on it. So yeah, it's like my experience working with ChatGPT is very much like you're working with a remote coworker that happens to be way smarter than you'll ever be. Like that's what it's like. And so yeah, so I find myself whatever my psychological trappings are, I find myself falling into it because I'm I'm up here in the work. I'm trying to figure out the work, and then I'm like, oh, I got to ask this thing, and yeah, it's very much like that. So C++, whatever. ChatGPT is a language model, not very smart, sir. Yeah, I understand that. Well, it's an incredible probability engine. It's not aware of what it does, so I agree with you there. But again, a lot of times technologists will come in here and you make a big deal out of making distinctions. Like, is it smart or not? I don't know. It's a probability engine, so you're right. It is as smart as a calculator, right? But what it does is fucking magic. When it writes you a screenplay, when it writes you a table comparing 5 different obscure concepts and gets it right, that's fucking magic. So sure, technically it's not smart, but it's way smarter than I'll ever be on all of these different topics. So again, I don't know. I would just caution against doing things like trying to label it, try to put it in a box, trying to judge it and dismiss it, right? Because if you dismiss it, it kind of discounts the fact that this is coming and the changes that this stuff's going to cause are going to be profound and they're going to be swift. They're going to be swift, agencies, copywriters. This is going to change some businesses, and it's going to change them quickly. The legal profession. How are people feeding info into ChatGPT? So the initial model, sometimes when you use ChatGPT, it's like, hey, just so you know, I only know up to September 2021. Anything after that, I don't know. The new version of it that's connected to the internet kind of solves for that. But basically what that's indicating is there's this base large language model. So they took a bunch of years to find as many data sources as they could. So public internet sites and libraries and blogs and Wikipedia and just all these public sites. And they got them into however you embed these things, right? And sort of dumped it all in. And then in September 2021, I guess they were done enough that they were like, let's lock down this model, and then we'll start fine-tuning it. And the fine-tuning, there's kind of the base model and then 3 additional fine-tuning layers on top of it to get to GPT 3.5 and GPT 4. And that's what ChatGPT is built on. So that's what the base layer is trained on. Then all the fine tuning is human beings using it and going, that was a good answer, that was a bad answer, that was a good answer, that was a bad answer. And that's sort of making it smarter and smarter and smarter. And the reason that OpenAI put ChatGPT out for free is generally if the product is free, you're the product. So ChatGPT is free. Why? Because they need as many people as possible using it in as many ways as possible so they can continue to fine-tune the model so it gets better and better and better over time. So we are all, as we use it, contributing to it getting better. But we're not contributing to that base model. That will be in GPT-5. There'll be an updated base model. So I hope that helps. Built in 2 weeks? What? Okay, so this is a fascinating story. This is in one of the interviews with Sam Altman. GPT-3 was released in, I think, late summer or fall of 2020. And in the documentation of GPT-3 were the instructions for how to build ChatGPT. And Sam Altman assumed that someone would build it, and nobody built it. And then in October of 2022, Microsoft was going to announce that they made this $1 billion investment in OpenAI. And I guess, Sam Altman wanted something that they could show publicly. So he said to his tech team, go build ChatGPT. They built it in 2 weeks. They launched it, and 6 weeks later, they had 100 million users. It's insane. It's insane. And there's interviews with Sam Altman after, after this happened. He's like, we didn't think anyone was going to use this. Like I mean, at that scale, like we just put this thing out there as kind of like a proof of concept. He's also said since they're not doing any other consumer facing apps. Like they're about the underlying technology. ChatGPT was really just a proof of concept that Microsoft could point to it and say, look how cool that thing is, without you having to go use the back end tools. So yeah, built in 2 weeks, 100 million users in 6 weeks, and it completely changed everything. Everything's different because of that product, that choice, that announcement. It's amazing. All right, disagree that exploring the negative implications of AI is lazy. So much is at stake. It's important. I totally agree that it's important. It's, if you're talking about the negative implications in an active sense and you're actually working on it, cool. Like, absolutely, we need to do it. We need smart people attacking these problems. The fact that Geoffrey Hinton left Google so that he could address this stuff, it's great. The thing I'm combating against right now is there are a lot of people that are just defaulting to the robots will kill us without actually understanding what the robots are and what they do. And that's what I'm trying to do is let's, at a minimum, get curious about what they are. Have ChatGPT write you a poem or a table or a piece of code. It doesn't fucking matter. Just go use it so that you actually understand it from the inside. And at that point, you can say, oh, this isn't as scary as I thought, or this is scarier than I thought. Either one of those is fine because they're coming from a place of knowledge rather than ignorance. So all I'm trying to battle is the ignorance, and blanket statements like, you know, AI is evil tend to be more from people that are not coming at it from the inside. You sound, Gregory, like you're coming at it from the inside. So totally respect that point of view. I'm just not there. I'm an entrepreneur, so I'm trying to look at what can these tools do for me as an entrepreneur and as a professional. And I'm trying to head off at the pass being blindsided by this stuff because I think it's coming really fast. And I think a lot of people's jobs are going to be decimated and they're going to be completely caught off guard. And that's why this channel exists, is to try to, I don't know, make some little dent in that problem because I think it's a big, big problem. Oh, Denver Nuggets just won the NBA Finals. People are crying. It's in Denver. I'm hearing fireworks outside. Jokic, you big goof. Cool. Congrats to the Nuggets. I live in Denver, huh? Oh, it's probably going to get noisy. Going to be a lot of drunk people running around here shortly. There go the fireworks. These degens remind me of Gaudi. Okay, I don't know what that means. Harry Potter, located in Portugal. Oh, it just jumped me to the bottom again. Ah, dang it. All right, ask me some questions. It's not too late. Okay, I'll keep hanging out here for a bit. Oh, it looks like we've got some new people. If you're new here, my name's Kyle Shannon. This is the AI Learning Lab. I put these URLs up here. If you've never tried ChatGPT, I strongly encourage you to do it just to see what it is. And just to learn what it makes possible. Start out by asking it to write you a country song or a poem or a short story or, I don't know, a grocery list. Have it make recipes. And then if you've got any questions, Denver 88, Miami 89. Nope, it's the final. Well, the final is whatever the Nuggets won. It was both of them were under 100 points. Google and Bing are Sean X's bitches. Any idea how I can chat with ChatGPT in my car on the move? That would be cool. Yeah. So just go to Twitter and look up iPhone ChatGPT voice. You can also, so I've got the ChatGPT website, the official ChatGPT website, as a bookmark on my phone. So I have it on my home screen, and then you can just, when you type into text, you can just hit the little microphone icon in the bottom right corner of your phone and just talk, and you can just ask it questions and it'll come back. There are apps out there. There's one called, the hell's it called? There's a lot of boom booms going on in my neighborhood. There are a number of apps in the App Store that do it. I don't know enough about them, but there are apps now that some use Siri. There's some guys that have figured out how to hook Siri up to ChatGPT. There's probably some in the App Store, but I would imagine that they're going to cost a decent amount of money and they're going to be janky pieces of shit. So I know it can be done. I would just go on Twitter and look up, iPhone chatbot ChatGPT or something like that, and you'll probably see some projects there. I wish I knew more on that one. I'll look that one up for next time. Can you tell us about your experiment with the internet boom days and what that was like? My experience with the internet boom days and what that was like. It was really insane. So, I was desktop publishing in kind of late '93, early '94. I was pursuing an acting and a screenwriting career at the time, and I was doing desktop publishing as my day job. And I was into tech, I like technology, and I remember, I distinctly remember buses in New York City had Wired magazine ads and Mondo 2000. I don't know if you remember Mondo 2000. But there was clearly there was clearly something buzzing about this internet thing. And I was on an online forum called Echo, which was a dial-up bulletin board system, which if you don't know what dial-up BBSs are, your computer would call up another computer, and then you could chat with people in text only. And so I was on this group called Echo, and I ended up starting the World Wide Web section of Echo because I kept hearing about this thing called the World Wide Web, and I tried to learn about it, and no one on Echo knew about it. And so I'm like, well, I'll start a group. And then I started a group called the World Wide Web Artist Consortium, where we got together in person and talked about this web stuff. And then I had an idea for a magazine, and I went on vacation with my wife, and I learned enough HTML to put together the first issue of a internet magazine, and figured out how to upload it to some server in California. And then 3 weeks later, someone on Echo said, hey, did you know that Urban Desires was written up in Libération, the Parisian newspaper? And 3 weeks after I uploaded these files to some computer in California, it's written about in Paris. And I just had this moment of clarity. I went to the International Newsstand in Times Square. I bought the paper copy of this newspaper. I flipped it open, and sure enough, there's this full-page article with screenshots of my website in French from Paris. And I just had this moment of holy fuck, the world just changed. The world's different. And I remember being in Times Square and just the bustle of Times Square, all these people are walking around, and I'm like, nobody knows. Nobody knows what's coming. Nobody knows what's here. And it's it just fucking lit a fire under me. And that's exactly what's happening with this AI stuff. This is the first time in my life since that day in 1994, standing in the middle of Times Square, where I'm like, holy shit. This is one of those. These are generational, or sometimes once in a century, right? This is fire, language, written language, printing press, industrial revolution, right? These don't come along that often. We had a lot of them in the 20th century, right? We had turn of the century, you have all the media innovation. You've got photography and film and radio and television. You've got all that sort of stuff going. Then you have all of the, the mechanical, right? The steam engine, all of the sort of remnants of the steam engine, right? So all of that stuff happens in the 20th century. Then in the 50s, you get the computer. In the 70s, you get the personal computer. I was just too young to be a part of that one, but I was acutely aware of it. Then you have the World Wide Web, and then you could argue maybe that the iPhone was one of them and that social media was one of them, but I think those are all just extensions of the World Wide Web, right? The World Wide Web becomes this kind of seminal moment where real people get access to this incredibly powerful infrastructure. Same thing happened with ChatGPT. Machine learning and AI has been around for decades. And all of a sudden, this little piece of software by this company called OpenAI gets stuck out tied to some press release about a big corporation investing money in them, and 100 million people start using it within 6 weeks. And it does what it does. It's fucking remarkable. Right? So that's like, why am I on fire about this? And why do I get passionate about this? Because of, like, I've been in this movie before, and this is a way more exciting movie. Like, what was the output of the World Wide Web? The output of the World Wide Web was a thing that looked like a page, like a shittily formatted piece of text with blue underlined words on it. And when you clicked on them, it took you to another page with blue underlined words on it. That's what the internet was when I started. It was incredibly basic, right? This stuff, even though the tools are very, very basic and raw, the output of what they do is fucking remarkable. Like nothing we've ever seen. Nothing we as human beings have not had tools this powerful ever. You know, you could argue that the early days of the World Wide Web, there was nothing actually revolutionary about it. It wasn't doing anything markedly new other than the infrastructure of the internet was there and the underlying protocol was there. And then, you know, Tim Berners-Lee creates the HTML language and that protocol that turns it from a command line interface to a click interface, right? It was all about the interface. What's ChatGPT? It's all about the interface. You don't have to bring your own data. You don't have to know anything. It's literally just a search box. So you type words in it, and then what you get back is dramatically better than what you typed in. So it's an interface thing. Because the tech's been there. GPT-3 was available for us to play with for like a year and a half before ChatGPT came out. I dicked around with it. I'm like, yeah, that's kind of cool. But there was something about the simplicity of ChatGPT that changed everything. So that's what it's all about. See what I'm saying? Just see what I'm saying? Hey, it's not stupid. There's a language barrier between the input and the Cambodia's ability to pretend. I don't quite know what that means, but yeah, I agree. It's not stupid, but it's not aware of what it's creating. Do you think ChatGPT will be close to AGI in the next year? I don't know. So AGI stands for Artificial General Intelligence. That's basically when the tool is smarter than the smartest human, basically. And it is a very imprecisely defined term. Like Sam Altman, even when he wrote that paper kind of talking about AGI and how we need to be careful. Even within that thing that he wrote, he kind of contradicted what it actually is and what it means. So I don't think there's a clear definition of it. There's a paper out by Microsoft talking about GPT-4 that it's showing signs of AGI. So there's some behaviors that GPT-4 does that you could categorize as AGI. But I think you start to look at things like reasoning and awareness and accuracy that the current ChatGPT doesn't have. That, you know, a system in the future that's called AGI that passes whatever that test is going to have some more sophisticated stuff. I'm personally of the mind that I don't give a shit. Like, I don't give a shit if we call it AGI or not. I think the current GPT-4 is so much more powerful than anything we've ever had that I think it's academic at this point, whether we've hit AGI or not. You know, the fact that this can truly act as a creative, collaborative partner, the fact that this is going to completely redefine entire industries like illustration and copywriting and legal document processing and just fucking every aspect of knowledge work and creative work is going to be completely redefined. It's already in a class of, you know, profoundness that's above what I ever thought I'd see in my life. It sent me to Azure to feed me the code it gave me to build my AI model. I see. I had to get approved for Azure. So so Azure is probably one place that you can run virtual machines where you have to put the code in. There's Google Colab. There's Hugging Face has got some things you can run it in. Yeah, those are all just places where you're going to run the code. So Azure is fine. I don't know anything about Azure. I've never done anything on it. I have done things on Google Colab. They're all kind of the same. They're sort of web interfaces that are giving you access to really powerful computers to run the code. There are probably things you could run locally on your machine, so you're not having to do it on Microsoft's cloud services. But there you have it. Does ChatGPT remember results? No, it doesn't. It will store your prompt, and it remembers its results within a chat up to a 3,000 word context window. So there's this kind of sliding 3,000 word window that it will remember within that. If you want to have memory and things like that, you need to start playing with there's a thing out there called LangChain, and then there's other things called AutoGPT that are kind of automated things built on top of LangChain. And LangChain has a database in it called a vector database, so you can train it on your own documents, and then you can put the results of your chats into that vector database. So you can create systems with memory, but right now ChatGPT doesn't have it. So give it a year, and there'll be lots of things with memory, but right now you kind of have to roll your own. Any AI to make me a website? I can't code. Well, just all the no-code website builders out there. So whatever you call it, I don't. Webflow is one of them. Just all of those. I would just if you can't code, just go start with a template. It depends what you need it to do. And then once you have one of those up and running, you're going to have ChatGPT help you add functionality to it. It's good at moderating my email when I'm too rude, which is often. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, that's actually a really good use case of, if you write in a style that you want to improve on, you can have it basically audit you. I'm a millennial. I remember the dial-up days myself, but I wasn't an adult during it at all. Yeah. Yeah, it was wild times. I mean, that transition from when you had to when your computer had to call up other computers, and then transitioning to the internet just kind of being there, that was a really interesting transition. It didn't seem like a big deal at the time, but now when I look back on it, the fact that you had to think about, I want to get online, I have to sit at my computer and I have to figure out which other computer do I want to call. And then you would call it, and then eventually you got to, okay, I'm just going to have it call the internet, right, the World Wide Web, and I'm going to go to all these things, and then it just got to, now it's just there, and then Wi-Fi came and things like that. And now we have, essentially supercomputers in our pockets. So it's you very quickly kind of forget the, the big, eras of the technological change. Please wear a solid dark colored shirt. I know, I'm going to do that. I'm going to go get a t-shirt. I'll be back. All right. All my t-shirts had white shit on them too, so I had to turn it inside out. But that's better. All right. There's some new people here. Hi, my name's Kyle Shannon. This is the AI Learning Lab. I'm learning about AI. I'm taking whatever I learn and trying to pass that along to anyone who gives a shit. These sites here, if you haven't used ChatGPT, that top site there is the official ChatGPT website. Go there now. Bing.com is also ChatGPT. If you click on the chat button, that's GPT-4 that you can use for free. And then Poe.com has a bunch of different things you can play with. And then those other two, prompts.chat will teach you about prompting, and futurepedia.io is a big directory of lots of AI tools. I'm not affiliated with any of that shit. It's just there. If you haven't played with this stuff, that's why it's there. I have updated my shirt to dark colored so you can see the chat. I'm way behind on my chats. There's 68 messages down below where I am. So if you're typing shit to me right now and I'm not responding to it, it's not because I'm a robot. It's because I'm behind and I don't know how to use TikTok because I'm 58 years old. And what are you going to do? Sue me? It's free. You get the Thank you for the rose. You get the entertainment of me sitting here, slightly sweaty, with apparently a bad toupee, talking with words that were composed by ChatGPT probably. I made a hypertext transfer protocol project, HTTP, before it was called a website. Yeah, exactly. Man, those early days. I'll tell you, I was early enough in World Wide Web that the center tag didn't apply to images. So if you had images, they were always left justified. So I remember we invented a series of pixel-high invisible images. There was like a 10 pixel wide one and a 5 and a 3 and a 1. We did like prime numbers so that you could scooch images to the center of a web page. That was innovation back in my day. You know, there's like 12 HTML tags, including a blink tag. It was the marker of someone who was bad at design was they used the blink tag. All right. Let's see. It also contains all your genetic info. Thanks to... Okay. Don't really care about conspiracy theories, but appreciate the effort. I think this will be similar, but as he said, more profound. Yeah, I think this is... the parallels to the early days of the web are very clear to me, but the holy shit, what this stuff does and the speed with which it's coming is just crazy. Someone called me adorable. I was also called adorably optimistic, so some of the people talking about the dark future probably think I'm adorably optimistic too. Some would call it naive. He just thinks everything's going to be Shangri-La. I don't. I don't know. I'm more a tech optimist, I suppose. I really just, for me, the thing that excites me is what this stuff makes possible. Like when you actually start to get your head around what it can do and what... So here's the thing. Microsoft calls their product, their ChatGPT product, Copilot. That feels like great branding to me because that's the experience. You're the pilot. This tool is your co-pilot. But it happens to be an incredibly capable co-pilot. Like way more capable than you likely are because... It is. Like, I can't imagine that there's a human being on Earth that begins to scratch the surface of the capability of what's sitting inside that little innocent-looking search box. Or chat box, whatever you call it. Can AI tell you if the sounds are fireworks or gunshots? Actually, at some point, sure, yeah, you could train it on that. Nuggets, fries, Coke, sports. I hope ChatGPT becomes available for America Online soon. That's good. That's good callback. Poe seems like the Fisher-Price version of ChatGPT. That's a great way to describe it. Why would I use it instead of OpenAI? The only reason you would use Poe instead of OpenAI is for... Hold. 100,000. Claude Instant 100,000. That means 100,000 tokens. So if you pay for Poe.com, this is a model that you can put a 75,000 word document into the chat block and start talking to it. I just did an example with The Godfather. I put in the entire Godfather screenplay and then had it create me a table of all the characters and what happened to them in the movie. And they're right. It's right. So that's why. But yeah, it is. That's a great description of it. It's the Fisher Price of GPT models. It's pretty good. All right. I like my crew here. I like you peeps. You're good. You're saucy. You're spicy. You're keeping me honest. This is good. Your trolls are a little less creative tonight. I've had better nights of trolling. The 3 times in a night saying you kind of look like Rosie O'Donnell. Those were good trolls. That's sort of a compliment, right? It's no. Eh. I was scrolling TikTok. I thought you were Alec Baldwin, but got fat. Is it a compliment? Is it a troll? Like, I like the ambiguous trolls. What's happening? And it's happening twice in your life. It's crazy. It's absolutely insane. I remember. So my first awareness of these kind of events happening in my life was the first day of 7th grade in 1977. I walked into. In fact, I did a slide in a presentation for this. I'll show it to you because I don't know, because we're here. Let me get to the slide. So, on my first day of 7th grade in 1977, I walked into a classroom that looked like that. And sitting on every desk was a Radio Shack TRS-80. So that computer right there. Hang on, I'm trying to make this window a little smaller. Oh, I can't because it's running. And I remember, I was in 7th grade. I remember being acutely aware that I was just too young to be one of these two guys. And I was just too young to be on that team. And I remember being really sad. Because what I knew was, like, I missed it by like 10 years, right? Or not even. Yeah, probably 10 years. Who knows how old Bill Gates was there? He was probably in his teens. So he was probably 6 or 7 years older than I was. And I just remember as I learned about personal computers and what they were, I'm like, this is like the printing press. Like I'm not going to get to experience this again, and I missed it. I just missed it. And so when I had the epiphany about the World Wide Web, it was like this, holy shit, this is one of those. I get to do it this time. And so I fucking dove into that shit. And I feel the exact same way about AI. What's it been, 30 years? 94, 204, 14... Wait, 204, 14. Yeah, we're coming up on 30 years since I had that epiphany. So the fact that, like, within a 30-year period we're having, another one of these is a big deal. But yeah, that's why I'm so excited about this stuff. We had a Commodore 64 in the 80s. Oh, yeah. Nuggets are NBA champions. Jokic. How can a dude that is so clumsy looking and so like his arms when he shoots basketball are like, fingers in Midjourney and Stable Diffusion. We have these hands with like 17 fingers on them. It's like whatever he does physically, it's like that should not a basketball should not fall in the net based on what he does with his body, but he's fucking amazing. Incredible how the web empowered creators. Totally. Think what AI will do. That's exactly right. I mean, I truly feel like we're entering a great renaissance. In fact, I have a slide in this deck. This Midjourney rocks. And I also noticed that there's always been, like, I always wondered why there was an I in Renaissance. Like, it never made sense to me, but it's because AI is in Renaissance. So I think this is the age we're entering, is the Great Renaissance. Oh, by the way, if you're new here, it looks like some new people joined. My name's Kyle Shannon. This is the AI Learning Lab. I'm just sort of waxing poetic about generative AI, answering any questions that I can, getting trolled, sometimes appropriately, sometimes not, but that's the nature of trolling. And just generally being a smartass and doing what I can to demystify this stuff. Absolutely remarkable. Yes, I think it is. Oh, what? I don't know what you're asking. Absolutely remarkable that the Denver Nuggets won the NBA championship. Yeah, that's pretty fucking remarkable. I didn't have that on my dance card for this year. I want to train AI on my own data. How do I do that? You can wait for 6 months because Microsoft and Google are both going to be rolling all this AI stuff into their Office suite of products. So you're just going to be able to point AI at your own shit and do it. If you're geeky and you want to do things ahead of that and you kind of want to learn how this stuff actually works, check out a project called LangChain, L-A-N-G chain. And it's got like 4 components to it. There's you embed your text and then you get it in a vector database and then you hook it to Google. So you connect together a bunch of tools. But basically what you're doing is you're creating your own database where you can store embedded data, embedded information that's your information, and then you can search on it. And you can do all sorts of shit with that. But it requires you to be a bit geeky. Now here's the good news. You got ChatGPT that can help you learn how to do that shit. Fun little micro hack. You can take the README file from a GitHub repository, paste it into ChatGPT, and have it create a step-by-step installation instruction for your specific machine. And it will do that. And if you tell it not to give you the next step until you say the word okay, it'll literally do it step by step. And if you get confused on a step, you can tell it and it will, teach you how to do that step. And then you can say okay and it'll move on to the next step. That's kind of fun. Hey dude, not sure if you remember me and my animations. I got hired to make music video yesterday. Cool. Congratulations. Oh, that's awesome. Wow. Yeah, that's so cool. And I was talking to yesterday, I was talking about this stuff and just like the profound impact it might have on people. And one of the guys in the chat has a degenerative nerve disease. He was an illustrator and can no longer illustrate. He can still sketch, but he doesn't have fine motor skills to finish it. And he's using Stable Diffusion to do that. And then one of the other people had some other condition and couldn't write anymore. And now he's able to write again. And it's like, yes, like these are humanity amplifiers. These are talent amplifiers, right? You get to still choose what you want to do in the world, and you just have a really capable assistant to help you do it. That's what's going on with this stuff, and that's why it's so profound. And listen, there's a dark side to that level of power in that every single job that involves data in any way or words or creativity are all going to be upended, completely redefined. And there's not it's not like you can opt out of this. I mean, that's the problem, is that if you opt out, you're like opting out of the competitive, job market for a lot of these kinds of jobs. The only antidote to it that I know is get curious about it and start learning it. Figure out how to disrupt yourself. Figure out how to use these tools to do what you do. And it will be terrifying and existential, and you'll probably go through a mourning period. It took me 4 months when I started learning about this AI stuff. I've got a video technology company. I got a company called Storyvine. I'm the CEO of it. It's an 11-year-old company. And I started looking at this AI shit and I realized there's a bunch of stuff that we do right now that the value of it a year from now is going to be zero, like a big goose egg. That's fucking depressing, right? I've been working at this for a fucking decade. And I'm like, the automation that our current technology does a year from now, it's going to be like, yawn, whatever. Everyone's automated now. Okay, what do I do with that? It took me about 4 months to not have AI be this separate thing, right? I had my company here, I had this AI shit here, and it almost felt like I was like cheating on the company. And then slowly, as I started to get my head more around it, I'm like, okay, here's some of the core value of my company that remains. The automation stuff, that goes away, but authenticity, that's good. Narrative, that's good. Those things remain valuable in this new future. And then I can start to say, okay, how do I bring this AI stuff in a way that amplifies those things that are going to be good? But that took me 4 months, and it's intense. So I'm not saying it's not intense, but I am saying if you're not getting curious about this stuff, you're doing yourself a real disservice because it's coming faster than you think. It was basically advanced. ITV was basically advanced networks. I think I know what you're talking about there. Does ChatGPT remember results? No. And apply to better answers? Well, sort of. OpenAI is using all of our use of ChatGPT to improve, to fine-tune the models. So as a general rule, it's getting better. For you personally, it does not. You've got a chat history, but it does not have a memory of what it's created, and you can't reference one chat to the other. They're distinct little conversations. That will change, but just we're early. We're 6 months into this, and ChatGPT was written in 2 weeks, so it's a very thin piece of software. Let's put it that way. Thank you. I have scores and scores of data that I'd love to have ChatGPT do some work on. Check out LangChain. And I mean, the thing about LangChain, even though you need to get geeky with it, it's like 80 lines of Python. It's like some ridiculously small amount of Python code, and you can have your own sort of version of ChatGPT that you can dump your own data into and then start querying against it. And do a whole bunch of other shit. Go to the LangChain subreddit. Although subreddit's dark, or Reddit's dark today, so I don't know what's going on there. But go to the LangChain subreddit. Start learning about GitHub and Hugging Face if you're not on those. Greedy entrepreneurs don't care if they burn the world down to make $1. Greedy entrepreneurs. I don't think entrepreneurs in general. I mean, a couple of things start to happen in my opinion is. So I've heard some stats that tech companies that are embracing ChatGPT are seeing 30 to 40% productivity increases. So when you have a technology that generates a 30 to 40% productivity increase, you've got two options essentially as an entrepreneur. If you're a private equity firm, you're like, fuck it, cut 40% of the staff, right? And I think that's the fear. If you're an entrepreneur and you're about creating value, and you see a 30 to 40% productivity increase, you could say, we could either deliver 30 to 40% faster and be more competitive that way, 30 to 40% higher quality, or we could take on more clients, right? We could scale. So I think as a blanket term, it's fine to shit on entrepreneurs and say they're all going to fucking rip us off, but a lot won't. And a lot are going to take those productivity increases and they're going to start innovating. They're going to start using these tools to innovate new ways of working. So I think what you're going to see is bigger old established companies that are like, we're fine. We're the market leader. We've got 3 or 4 years to deal with all these punks with their artificial intelligence. And a 10-person company is going to come knock them off their pedestal, right? I think we're going to see a lot of that shit. So the companies that jettison 30% of their workforce, a lot of those 30% jettisoned people also have access to these tools. And they might know how that company works better than the CEO does. And they're going to come back at them 2 years from now and go, knock, 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 get the fuck out of here. So anyway, so I think it's going to be good, but it is going to be disruptive. And yeah, there's going to be some shitty entrepreneurs out there that do shitty things. That's human nature. What I did was send documentation to GPT-4 and had it format the data. Interesting. Yeah, I'm a programmer, work with ChatGPT all the time, and animator with Stable Diffusion. Oh, that's super cool, Harrow. That's cool. I was asking about remembering, wondering if it was getting smarter. Thanks for answering. It's getting smarter. It's not getting smarter for you as an individual. It's getting smarter as a larger capability. Braver Builder is no code web builder. That's cool. I haven't heard of that. Oh, it's funny. I just got a notice from Reddit about LangChain. It was listening. They're all listening to everything we say. What are we going to do? Have you used Zapier with ChatGPT for any automations? Yeah, I've built a bunch of content generation tools. I did. Is my window. I can't find my window. You know, watching old people with technology is rather entertaining. Okay. If I go to Content Evolution, so I'm part of this group called Content Evolution, which is basically a federation of marketing companies. And I just got promoted to the chief generative officer of this organization, but largely because we built this tool. So what you see here is this thing called the challenge engine. And what this is a Google form. So I'm basically using a Google form as input, and it asks you, you know, what business category are you in and what's your challenge? And then you answer a few questions about the challenge. And then what it does, hold please. What it does, let me go back to Gmail. Is within about 30 seconds, it gives you kind of a consulting response to your problem. So it basically says, you asked the challenge engine about, you know, I would like to file for a patent for an invention of mine. So we kind of recap what the challenge is and some of the questions that you answered. And then in these different categories, strategic considerations, customer perspective, in each of these categories, we give you 3 questions that you could be asking yourself. So strategic, what's the competitive landscape like in the industry? How will filling a patent for your invention affect the competitive advantage? What's the long-term vision for your invention? Customer, brand, organization. And it not only generates this document, but it generates the HTML. So how we do that, if you don't know what Zapier is, you can kind of think of it like Lego blocks for connecting different computer services together. So let me log in. All right, so for the challenge engines, here are the little Lego blocks. So the way these start is they start with a trigger. So something happens in the world. Someone posts to LinkedIn, or they post a tweet, or they post on your Slack channel, or in this case, they fill out that form. So when they fill out that form, I then take the data, the input from that form, and I roll that into a prompt that I wrote for OpenAI. So there's this prompt that's pretty long that kind of sets up, you know, this bot is supposed to act like a consultant, and we describe what content evolution is and what they do. And then these little fields here are the inputs from that form. So I say, now you're going to provide sound advice to a professional using these variables. So I define the variables, pop the little form pieces in there, and then basically write a prompt that says, you know, go make a set of 3 questions each in these different categories, create an introductory paragraph and a conclusion paragraph, make sure that you put a call to action for the organization there. So that Lego block goes to OpenAI, generates the content. Then we take the output of that, send it back to OpenAI, and say, now go format the HTML. Here's the rules for the HTML, and then here's that input. And then we take that HTML formatted content, dump that into a Gmail Lego block, and that sends the email out. And then the final Lego block is we write all of that as a row in a Google spreadsheet. So that is Zapier. And that's what's nice about building automations like that is you really need to get your prompt crafting right, or you get shitty content, and you don't want to automate shittiness. So it's a really good exercise to learn those automations. It's also super powerful. Like I was on a phone with a guy, And he was like, yeah, I've used ChatGPT. He was like, yeah, I'm good. I'm smart. I've used ChatGPT. And I said, are you aware it could do this, that, or the other? He's like, yeah. I said, well, let me show you something I built. And I showed him this thing that I call it the social media maker machine. And you answer a few questions about a topic, and then it generates like 5 pieces of social media content. And they're pretty good. So I'm on the phone with him, and I go to this Google form, and I ask him some questions. I said, give me a topic and answer a few questions about it. And then I hit, submit. And we're talking, and like a minute later, he looks at his email, and he goes, oh, this thing came in. And he looks at the email, and his jaw literally dropped open, and he said, he goes, what is this? I'm like, well, that's the social media maker machine. That's what ChatGPT can do. And he goes, I had no idea. And he goes, I gotta go. And he hung up on me. And it's intense. Like you think, like, before you use this stuff, you're like, oh, it's kind of like Google, but a little better maybe. I don't know. People seem excited about it. But when you actually use it and see what it's capable of, like, it just, I don't know. That moment, for me, that's a moment of joy when people are like, wait, it does that? Holy fuck, what else can it do? Like, that's where you want to get to that moment for yourself. Wix is the no code web builder that I was thinking of. Also GoDaddy, Squarespace, all of those. Yeah, if you want to build websites, you don't need AI for that right now. Although, go to futurepedia.io, because I know that there's a bunch of tools out there now that are like, just type in the iPhone app that you want or the website that you want, and just out it'll come. I believe tech advance will just become better and faster. Yeah, we are we're definitely already hitting an acceleration where the innovations are. There's been this really interesting thing because ChatGPT was adopted so quickly and so massively. The entire developer community is like all in on it, on generative AI. And so what's happening is every time a white paper is released or some new technology is released, especially in the open source community, they're just fucking pouncing on it. And like there's GitHub repos just like popping up. It's like popcorn where GitHub and Hugging Face, there's just new models and new tools and new interfaces. And they're starting to build on top of one another. So like you'll see a paper come out and like 3 days later, that paper will be rolled together with 2 other papers that came a week before, and that'll be a new paper. And then that paper gets dumped into some future. Like it's just insane how quickly it's going. It's good. You're consulting with one another about website builders in here. I appreciate that because my brain shut down when I tried to remember some of them. So thank you for that. This will be similar to internet early days, except advancements will be faster. Totally agree with that. Much faster and much more profound. Again, the core tool, the core output of what the World Wide Web was and the core output of what this is are like leagues apart. Boring page with blue underlined words versus world-class illustrations, writing, tables, and coding. You mean you can have GPT-4 write queries for your database? Yeah. In fact, it's way more intense than write queries for your database. You can have it write queries for your database, but there's a thing coming out called Code Interpreter, which is just another mode of ChatGPT, where you can upload a data set, you can upload a spreadsheet, and it will read the spreadsheet, and then you can just start querying on it. You can say, what are the interesting trends in this data? And it'll create a whole report with graphs and shit like that. You could say, are there any anomalies in the data? It will instantly identify the anomalies in the data. There was a guy, one of the examples I saw, a guy uploaded the lighthouse data for the United States, like where are all the lighthouses on the coasts? And then he said to Code Interpreter, create a dark map of the United States with each of the locations of the lighthouses as a light blinking dot. And it wrote the Python code to generate a map of the United States and then plotted all of the locations of the lighthouses on the United States blinking. Like, this shit is the shit that's coming. It's like, start playing. If you're new here, my name's Kyle Shannon. This is the AI Learning Lab. I'm a bit nuts, and these things are where you should go right now. If you haven't played with ChatGPT, go there. Go there now. No, I don't get paid for any of this. I don't get any commissions. Though if you work for OpenAI, you should give me commissions. I'm like fucking on here every night talking about how awesome you are, and Sam Altman's a genius, and, you know, you're out here doing God's work. Well, I'm out here doing work. Dude, you have great hair. Thank you. I appreciate that. It sometimes has a mind of its own. It's behaving. The glue is holding tonight, so I appreciate that. Why wouldn't AI destroy us? Same reason same reason it will transform us for the good. Here's the deal. It is not going to destroy. So there's a marketing guy named Paul Roetzer, Roetzer. He's got an organization called the Marketing AI Institute. You should go listen to his podcast. He's been at this for like 5 years on the marketing side. Really smart guy. He's got this saying, AI will not replace you, but someone using AI will. And I feel the same way about AI is not going to destroy us. Someone using AI will. But the optimistic side of that coin is the good guys also have access to these tools, right? So it's not just bad actors that have access to these tools. We do too. Part of the reason this channel exists is I want people to get curious about this and get educated so they're not operating out of fear or ignorance. Just like learn what it makes possible and start to understand it. And then try to do good with it. Because I feel that any small thing that we do now that's positive is going to have a disproportionate impact, to the good. And I think we can actually make a difference, but we actually have to participate. You're great. I appreciate you doing this. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Show an example of Bing/Create. I will do that. So if you want to generate images, you have a bunch of options. You've got the best one, in my opinion, is Midjourney. The second best one is Stable Diffusion. And Stable Diffusion has a lot more developers working on it because it's open source. And then you have Adobe Firefly, which if you're in business is good because it's safe for commercial. Oops, did I spell that wrong? Well, I obviously spelled it wrong. Hold, please. Old man can't type. Warning, we've got an old man trying to type on the computer. How do I install the internet on this thing? So this is the fourth one. So I've talked Midjourney's the best, Stable Diffusion's the most flexible and probably powerful, but I don't think the quality's quite as good. Adobe Firefly and Generative Fill in Photoshop are really good. And they're safe for commercial, but they're kind of third in quality. And then fourth in quality is this, which is DALL-E, which is from OpenAI, the people that make ChatGPT. But if you go to bing.com/create, it's an image generation tool. So if we go, let me try to do something different. We'll do Rocky Mountains at sunset with a dramatic thunder head cloud over the mountains. All right, let's see what it does. So the nice thing about DALL-E and this is that it's free. And with DALL-E in particular, those are not bad, actually. Those are pretty good. So, big, nice thunder boomer cloud. And I mean, that's pretty solid. That does not look dissimilar to what I see over the Rocky Mountains here on a decently regular basis. I'm a photographer, so I take a lot of cloud pictures. If you go to kyleshannon.com, you can see some of my photography. I actually have a lot of stuff that looks like this. So, yeah. So that's bing.com/create. does that. Welcome. It looks like we got some new people. My name's Kyle Shannon. This is the AI Learning Lab. I'm about 3 hours into this live, so I have no moisture left in my mouth. I'm moist. Sorry, I am. I changed my shirt so you can read the text. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm the co-founder and CEO of a company called Storyvine, which is an automated video storytelling platform. And I'm really here just to do anything I can to demystify generative AI. So if you have questions about AI, pop them into the questions below. I am painfully behind on the questions, so if it seems like I'm ignoring you, it's just because I'm behind. But I love you. You're here. Oh, and go ahead, tap the screen. I know a bunch of you are tapping the screen now, but apparently if you tap the screen, it'll tell other people that we're here. We can invite them to our little party. This is also a Nuggets won the NBA Finals celebration. I'm in Denver, Colorado. I don't really give too much of a shit about basketball, but I'm a Fairweather fan. I like it when they win championships. That's pretty fucking cool. All right, I'm 62 now and right with you. Thank you. Yep, us Gen Xers got to stick together. Bitter? You betcha. You want to be able to ask questions? Oh, darn it, TikTok just jumped me to the bottom again because that's what it does. It doesn't like me. It doesn't like the way I do my lives and how I answer questions. If I'm scrolling when someone puts in a new comment, it jumps me to the bottom, and I lose my place, and then I get cranky. I have to OCD my way back to the exact question I was at. Whatever. Talk to my psychologist. I don't have one. Someone said they're freaking out. So here's the thing about this. Once you start playing with these things, I've been like this for 6 months. I am simultaneously as excited as I've ever been about something and as terrified as I've ever been about something. And like both of those things are true at the same time. Like that's happening pretty much on a daily basis. All right, I'm just going to pick some random spot where I went back to. Alec Baldwin is overweight on occasion. Thank you. You should use AI to turn your voice into Rosie's voice. I should do that. That would be good. All right. Hunt the Wampus. Good. Best AI tool for placing my podcast transcript and generating blog posts, show notes, social captions. Well, what I would do, so if, like I do this thing called the AI Salon, and we have 2-hour meetings, and the transcripts are too big to paste into ChatGPT. So that's why I have Poe.com up here. So I showed this earlier, but I'll show it to you as well. If you go to Poe.com, if you pay for their premium, you get access to 3 premium services: GPT-4, Claude Plus, which is Anthropic's version of GPT-4, and then this Claude Instant 100K. That's a 100,000 token thing. You can paste 75,000 words in that. So unless you're doing 4-hour podcasts, you can probably just dump your whole transcript right into Claude 100K. There might be other places that you can use Claude 100K, but I don't know of them. There might be one on the Anthropic website, but that is how I would do that. The other thing you can do if you want to geek out and install LangChain, you can just point LangChain at a directory of a bunch of documents. Like you could have a bunch of historical transcripts in there and just point LangChain at it and embed all that shit and dump it into a vector database. But you got to geek out for that. So in the absence of geeking out, pay $20 to Poe and just go use that thing. And then, all of this stuff, I would say with any of these AI tools, do not pay the save 40% or 20% by buying the year subscription. I wouldn't buy a year subscription on shit right now because everything's moving so fast that 3 months from now, most of what you subscribe to will be obsolete or out of business. So I would just go month to month. Can ChatGPT do SEO? It can. It can do it really well, and there's a bunch of plugins for SEO. So if you enable plugins, it'll go do like website analysis and SEO analysis. I have a darker. I have a dark. I I don't think SEO in its current form is long for this world. I think the the current search method is broken, really broken, and it got stuck there because Google effectively had a monopoly, so they just said this is the way it is and fucking deal with it, and everyone dealt with it. And then along comes a tool where it's not it doesn't give you a list of 40 things to click on, it just gives you an answer. And so as the ChatGPT tool gets more and more sophisticated, it's going to be dynamically generating content for you without you having to go to websites. So I think the whole idea of going to a website and driving traffic to a website is going to shift dramatically. So I would say short term, yes, it can do all of the tactics that are SEO. I just think that SEO tactics are just going to see a slow kind of slide decline in effectiveness as more and more people use these tools that just give them their answers. But we'll see. This is why it's such an existential threat for Google right now. Best AI tool for placing podcasts. I did that one. What is there a way to create a course using AI? Yeah, absolutely. Things on screen, like you should go to chat.openai.com and just while I'm rambling, just play. So I'm just going to leave it in ChatGPT 3.5. I'm going to say act as an instructional designer and specializes in team building and executive education, period. I need an outline for a 2-day workshop with 20 executives who don't like each other. It is very political and toxic. Can you help me design a course to mend the fences? So I purposely put in shitty, arbitrary, weird language. Look how fast it's writing it. Holy shit. So let's scroll up and see what we've actually created here. Workshop title: Building Bridges, Fostering Collaboration and Trust in High Stakes Environment. That's good corporate speak for you're a bunch of assholes. Why don't we try not doing that? All right, target audience: 20 executives who experience political and toxic dynamics within their team. Day 1, setting the foundation. Icebreaker activities, sharing individual expectations, establishing ground rules for respectful communications and active participation. Let's go down and challenge it on that one. Let's see. I'm going to say the third bullet in day 1. Wait, the third bullet in day 1, session 1. Can you tell me more about day 1, session 1, bullet 3? So one of the things that's cool about ChatGPT is it knows what it typed before, right? So I can just say, go to bullet 1, or bullet 3, session 1. Certainly, day 1, session 1, bullet 3. Participants collectively establish and set ground rules that will govern their interactions. These ground rules are designed to create a safe and respectful environment. So it's understanding that what I asked it was, a toxic environment. So it's reinforcing that we want to work against that. Here are some steps to follow. Explain the purpose of establishing the ground rules. Start by emphasizing importance of setting clear goals. Brainstorm ground rule ideas. Avoid personal attacks, derogatory language. Discuss and refine the suggested rules. Gain consensus. Display, blah, 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 blah. Let's see. How would I tactfully call certain people out for their toxic behavior preemptively? This is probably all really bad corporate development practices, but you can see that it, like, ChatGPT is there to support you and kind of amplify what you do. Come on, focus, you dum-dum. No? Ah. There you go. Addressing toxic behavior preemptively requires delicate approach to ensure that it doesn't escalate tensions. That's right. Create defensive response. Here are some strategies. Set expectations. Use hypothetical scenarios. Frame it as a collective issue instead of individuals. Emphasize the impact on team performance. Like, this is good stuff, right? Like, it understands empathetic engagement. It might not be empathetic, but it understands empathetic engagement. So, yeah, so yes, it can. Is there a way to create a course? Yes, you go there and you say, I want to create a course, and give if there's a particular course framework that you're a fan of, tell it to use that framework and to organize everything within that framework. Hello. Best AI tool for placing. Okay, hey Kyle. Hey Drew, how's it going? Is that Drew? Oh, I think Drew that used to work at Storyvine. If that's you, peace, man. What's happening? I don't know if you knew this, but I'm an influencer now on the TikTok. I twerk and everything. No, I don't. I spare everyone that. Has anyone used Chatbase? I have not. Better to learn Python. Better to learn Python in ChatGPT. Well, I mean, whatever's your way of learning. The nice thing about learning Python and ChatGPT is it can be a combination of you learning the concepts but not having to learn the details. It can do the details. But if you really want to learn the details of the syntax and all that sort of shit, then it might be better to just take like a YouTube Python code. But I am way too ADD and way too lazy for that shit. If I got a tool that's making code for me. Well, in fact, like I did when I made those content creators, like it was sending out emails and they looked like shit. And I'm like, oh, I got to put HTML on them. I'm like, I haven't done HTML in like 25 years. I don't know how to fucking do HTML anymore. Like, it's way more sophisticated than the shit I was doing. So I just had ChatGPT do it. I said, make this email look pretty using HTML. Make sure that the HTML is safe for email programs, because it's a really limited subset of HTML. And it just fucking knocked it out, and it worked. Like within 10 minutes, I had a version of HTML that, like, I could go in there and tweak shit if I needed to tweak it. But it's amazing. It's just amazing. It's incredible. I'll tell you, it's incredible. I don't know if you haven't heard of ChatGPT. It's going to be the next big thing. YouTube can make money with ChatGPT. I hope someone just came in right when I did that. That would be awesome. Like, what the fuck is this? Scrolling along. All right. Nobody hired me to make music videos before AI, so thanks, Stable Diffusion. Well, I mean, that's an interesting thing, Harold, is that these tools, you can sort of take your creative intent, and these tools can help you do stuff that you might not have been able to otherwise do. And if you can go in and you can say, yeah, I can create you an animation for $500 and execute it in a day, knowing that you can execute it in 2 hours, it's probably going to be way cheaper than what they've been quoted for that, right? So fucking power on. I think that's awesome. I know I'm freaking out. Thanks, y'all. Yeah, listen, that's exactly why this is here. Is like, go start playing with this stuff and like take the thing you're passionate about or the thing some little something about, and figure out how these tools, either these word tools or the image tools like Stable Diffusion can help you. And the heavy metal scene was so accepting of AI art. Yeah, they should be, because those like heavy metal illustrations are, they're fucking intense. And now you can just knock them out like that. That's an interesting thing. In the art world in particular, there's a fairly visceral and violent, resistance against AI art. And I understand it, right? Like, this is people that have been, illustrators for 30 years. All of a sudden, this fucking tool can just knock that shit out. You know, what takes them a week or a month to illustrate is just like that. I think Adobe being cognizant of artists and building their model in a way that doesn't infringe on artists' work is really, really smart. I think that's going to pave the way to people accepting it. But every time there's a new technology, there's resistance like this, every single time. I like this take on being curious and also disrupting yourself. Yeah, like get curious, get adventurous, learn enough about this stuff to know, like, whatever your job is, go figure out what this stuff can do better than you can. And you'll find it. And then when you find it, you'll go, oh, fuck, really? Ah. And then just breathe. Like, accept the terror. Just sort of park that on this shoulder. And then go, okay, now that I know it can do that, what else could it do that because I know this space really well, what could I make it do that maybe someone who doesn't have my experience won't figure that out? That's what'll give you the advantage. And then the terror and the existential threat is absolutely going to be there, but just find the balance of it about, okay, but what can it do? And what you might find is that, like, oh, well, I really didn't like that part of my job anyway. So holy shit, this thing could automate the part of my job I hated. But you know what part I liked was this piece. And then you go start exploring these tools with the part you really love. And you're like, ooh, this could be better, right? And like that's I think how we navigate through this. Where's a good place to start for a newbie? Right here. That's why I keep pointing like I've got, some sort of OCD spectrum disorder. Go to chat.openai.com. Go to ChatGPT. You too can make money with ChatGPT. Sure, Haro. Pop your channel in the chat, and people should go check it out. That's pretty exciting. What is as good as GPT-4 that can run locally on Unix? No idea what to do. I don't know why you want to run it locally on Linux. Like, I would say, just to learn it, just go play with this shit. And then if you're putting something locally on Linux, go check out a project on GitHub called GPT for All. GPT for All. And that's something that you can install on a local machine. I'm pretty sure there's a Linux install, but if not, you could probably hack one together. And then you can use lots of the different open source large language models. To my knowledge, there's not an open source large language model that's as good as GPT-4. There are some that are now really, really close to GPT 3.5, and there are a bunch of projects that you can install locally on your machine. But I would say if you're just getting started, fuck it, just go use this web version. Like, if you're afraid of privacy and security and shit like that, then just put it on a burner laptop. Like, you don't need a really powerful machine to go use this. They're using all of Microsoft's iron, right? So just don't put anything sensitive in there and just go play. And then as you get up to speed on that, just start investigating the open source LLMs. The reason I'm not talking about any specific open source projects right now, like the specific LLMs, is like every 3 days they top one another. Like every 3 days there's a new open source model coming out that's some fucking remarkable, advancement. It was like, for 37 cents, we trained this thing that can, fly, fighter jets. It's like just whatever. Like, it's just like every 3 days there's just new shit coming out. So yeah. Go check out GPT for All. Why is the system so scared of the woke mind agenda? I can't really talk about any of that. The two times I started talking about bias in the models, I got booted off the live and booted out for 7 days. So I don't want to talk about it. But it's basically, it's a combination of the data it's trained on and then the human reinforcement learning. You've got humans that are saying that's a good answer, that's a bad answer. Every human that participates in this, they have their own biases, and it can inject bias into the system. There's a system called Anthropic or there's a company called Anthropic that's a bunch of ex-OpenAI people, and they've got a model called the constitutional learning model that rather than having humans doing the thumbs up, thumbs down, they write a constitution. They have a set of rules like, don't destroy humans, increase prosperity, don't be an asshole, whatever the rules are, right? And then when it generates an answer, it weighs that answer against the Constitution, and it will iterate it until it passes the Constitution. So there's models out there that are starting to deal with the bias thing. But the deal with bias is you're never going to have a single large language model that pleases everyone. So I think what we'll see in the future is you'll have different kinds of models. This one might lean more that direction. This one might lean more that direction. This one might be neutral. This one might be good for science. This one might be good for writing, So I think we'll start to see choices when it comes to the flavor of your large language model. But I can't really talk about it because I seem to keep getting kicked off this thing when I talk about anything even remotely political. So fuck it. I have a pimple. I have a pimple. My work is already talking about adding AI to help do the easy stuff so we can get more clients. Yes. Let ChatGPT do the account management shit and some of the project management drudgery and have it write follow-up letters and have it help do some of the back office stuff. And so it can free you to do the higher level engagements. That's absolutely what this is about. And I think the smart companies are not going to lean into, we can lay people off. The smart companies are going to go, holy shit, instead of spending all this money on all this shitty low value activity, let's automate that and let's all focus on the better shit that's more fulfilling and is better for our clients. I work for a large technology company based on internal IP value. How can ChatGPT help with internal IP? I think internal data sets are the actual superpower of all companies, especially big companies. So there's a thing that was announced 8 weeks ago, called Bloomberg GPT. And I don't know if they've created it yet, but they announced it. And I assume you have to pay a lot for it. And it's basically ChatGPT, but aimed at Bloomberg financial data, like all the, proprietary Bloomberg shit. They're going to make a fucking fortune on that, right? And I think any company that's got internal data that is of any kind of value, you basically just plop this large language model on top of it, and it makes it all discoverable in massively unique and powerful ways. Now, there's all sorts of security and privacy issues, like you're going to need to run your own machines and, firewalls and all that sort of shit and figure out what you put out to the world. But I think there's deep, tremendous value. I think that's where kind of long-term value is going to come from big companies with data that was historically kind of locked into these obscure databases that you couldn't really get value out of without doing lots of programming. You can now just, get into a vector database and just ChatGPT the shit out of it. So what I would look into, Azure cloud services. OpenAI has standalone like ChatGPT servers that you can spin up. They start at like $25,000 a month or a year. I think it's $25,000 a year, but they go up to like $1 million or $1.5 million, right? For these are big Azure instances, I'm sure. But I think that's huge. I would get your IT department on that shit pronto. Have them start experimenting with LangChain and look at Azure and what they're doing. And Amazon, AWS has announced they've got a bunch of tools. So I'm sure there's tools out there right now that you could start building that shit. Where can I download GPT-4 without all these scam sites? That's why these are here. You can make money with ChatGPT. Don't go to the scam sites. Chat.openai.com. You don't download ChatGPT. You can download an iOS app that is the official one, but I wouldn't even do that. Just point your browser, whether you're on a mobile device or a desktop, to chat.openai.com or bing.com. Those top two. Bing.com is free. Chat.openai.com. They're the ones who made it. So that's the official site. Anything else is bullshit. So avoid the scammers. There's so many of them now. Oh, great. Harrow just told you. He probably told you that 15 minutes ago. So thank you, Harrow. I am there. Do I ask the question to download? You don't download GPT-4. So when you go to ChatGPT, you'll see this site. You'll have a chat history over here, and you'll have got this big chat window. There's nothing to download. So you got GPT 3.5, GPT 4. If you're not paying for Plus, you won't see 4. But GPT 3.5, you just have this little window on the bottom, and you're like, write me a pop ballad about little yellow birds. And it will write you a ballad about little yellow birds. Right? In a world of blue skies, there's a tale to be heard. This is going to be good. Of little yellow birds singing their songs word by word. They dance on the branches like sunshine on wings. Their melody so pure, the happiness it brings. So yeah, you shouldn't be told to download anything. If you really want the official ChatGPT app, go to openai.com. And the first thing that you see is there's an iOS app for ChatGPT, and you click on that link. Don't search for it in the App Store. There are too many scam sites to figure it out. I can't figure out why Apple hasn't shut that shit down, but they haven't. So that's why this stuff's up here. Go there. Public service announcement. Do you know where your children are? Hey, Gen Xers, remember all those commercials? All right. Chief Generative Officer. I know. Isn't that a cool title? I didn't come up with that. The guy that runs Content Evolution came up with it. And he goes, yeah, you built this thing. That was pretty good. I think we should memorialize this. How would you like the title Chief Generative Officer? I'm like, I'm fucking in. It's like, yes. It was funny when I put that on LinkedIn. People were like, oh my, congratulations, sir. Like, well, I don't mean to brag. I'm going to try having AI compose my emails tomorrow. Okay, absolutely do that. Gossamer Prince. Like, it's a perfect way to do it. Like, start with what I call parlor tricks. Have it write songs, have it write poems, make a table. Like, just dick around with it. And then, yeah, like start to think about what you do at work and start to think about the things that you do at work that take you way fucking longer than they should and just kill your brain. And it could probably do it better. And here's another thing to do. If you're going to have it write emails, this is a cool thing. Go, based on this email, and then paste in one of your existing emails that you've written that you're really happy with, that it's like you wordsmithed it and it's good. So say, based on this email, paste in your email, write me a new email to this person about this topic using that one as an example. And just watch what it does. You'll be like, holy shit, I'm never not doing this again. It's like... content evolution. Yeah, content evolution. So in depth, I love it. I don't know what I was doing, but cool. Seriously good stuff. Yes, double tap the screen. Professor Sonia, yes, tell people to double tap the screen. I think, it looks like some new people are in here. They're leaving because I'm just rambling. If you're new here, my name's Kyle Shannon. This is the AI Learning Lab. I think I'm on 3.5 hours now. I've been doing this live for 3.5 hours because I'm a dum-dum. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a CEO of a company called Storyvine. These sites here are just here. If you haven't played with ChatGPT, please go try it. It's the price of admission for this free live stream is go to chat.openai.com and start dicking around with ChatGPT if you haven't done it yet. Also, bing.com, the chat button there is also ChatGPT. It's GPT-4. for free. And the other things are other resources. So is this live? Yes, it's live, but I'm very behind on my questions. What is a self-hosted AI that can run on my own hardware? Go check out GPT for all, and then you can use different models within it. If you want to start installing things locally on your machine, you're going to need to geek out a bit on all the different open source large language models, because there's a lot of them, and they keep getting updated, and you're just going to have to play. Like where I am right now is things are changing so fast. I know that GPT-4, that thing right there, is better than any tool I've ever used in my life by orders of magnitude. And so I'm just kind of sticking with that right now. All this other stuff, until the noise kind of settles down, like I could spend the next decade seriously with just GPT as it stands today without plugins. I could spend the next decade figuring out what the fuck to do with that thing. So there is so much depth there. It's actually hard to comprehend. There's no precursor to this technological advance. Intelligent technology has never existed. Yeah, that's the thing. Everything that I've experienced in my life has been incremental advances. Like when I was in 7th grade and I experienced the personal computer, you could kind of look at the computers before it and go, oh, this is just that, but a little smaller. The World Wide Web was, kind of like the internet, but you could click on it. But this stuff is like, it looks like a Google input box, but then what it does ain't Google. It's like we're not in Kansas anymore. The difference will be stark. Yep, totally agree. How do you learn how to use AI to catch up to the curve? For one thing, Austin, there ain't no catching up. This curve is accelerating so far behind, but beyond any of our capacity to keep up with it. You can only choose to step onto the train, knowing that you're never going to get to the front of it, because it's way beyond any of our capacity to keep up with it. It's advancing that fast. The way to do it, in my opinion, and it's why I have these things on screen here, go to chat.openai.com, start playing with ChatGPT, just start learning what it does, and then take what what you're passionate about, and start asking it to do work for you or do projects for you. Or like the one guy in here just said, I think I'm going to use it to write emails for me at work tomorrow. Go have it write emails for you at work. Just start learning what this stuff does and get curious about it. It's really the only way in. Because it's impossible to understand it from the outside is the only thing I can say. And you're not behind. That's the other thing. ChatGPT, that site came out on November 30th, 2022. I think it marks a moment in history for sure. But it's only been out for 6 months. And we're early, right? AI and machine learning's been around for decades, but let's call this popular AI, right? Popular AI for the rest of us, has only been around for 6 months. And so you're very, very early. Anyone that steps onto this train right now for probably the next year is setting themselves up to have massive opportunity, because as businesses start to realize, holy shit, we need to get into this now. Who can spell AI? We're going to make them the VP of machine learning for the company. Like there's going to be a panic that sets in. So anyone that can kind of raise their hand and go, I know how to do this shit, you're going to serve yourself well. So don't worry about that you're behind. The last 4 days, I've not been paying attention to the new shit. And I haven't been posting TikTok videos either. I've been doing a lot of lives. I feel so out of touch. 4 days of not paying attention to it, acutely. I feel completely lost right now. But whatever, doesn't matter. Just get on the train, start learning it, start having fun with it. Aw, thank you very much. Someone said they love me. Thank you. I appreciate that. Is there anything better than GPT-4? Not right now. GPT-4 has set the standard. Bard is a train wreck. I think Bard's not worth using. I think the Anthropic models, Claude Plus, and Claude 100K and Claude Instant are all good. Bing is GPT-4, but it's a little bit hobbled because of some shit that Microsoft went through. It'll get better, but Bing's not quite as good as the original ChatGPT. So right now, ChatGPT-4 is king of the hill, in my opinion. Are you working on any AI projects? Well, I'm building some of these content generation tools. I rolled Whisper transcriptions into my video platform about 5 months ago. And then what I'm doing right now is creating a whole new vision for the company, really, where the way our technology works, we have an app that someone answers a series of questions in the app, like to tell a story, like when were you diagnosed and how did that feel and how are you treating it now and what are your hopes and dreams for the future? So they answer those questions. That goes up to the cloud and it creates a fully edited video within about 5 minutes. So that's been the product for 11 years. So now what I'm doing is I'm taking the transcript of those videos and I'm using generative AI to create a whole omni-channel content world around that story. So I take the core story and then I remix it into all these different outputs. So that's the thing I'm working on right now. And it's insane because it's like I'm taking a company that's essentially had the same product for 11 years and I'm having to completely rethink it and completely rethink how I position it, how I talk about it, what I retain from the value proposition, what I jettison. It's intense. It's existential shit. Humans didn't get dumber when the calculator was invented. AI will allow humans to be more creative. 1000% agree. Absolutely. I have never been more creatively engaged and alive in my life. Like, these tools are making me smarter, more creative, and I'm executing that creative work better. It's insane. It's just stupid. It's just stupid good. Is there an AI tool to automate formulas for Excel? Oh, yeah. So, for one thing, Microsoft is rolling, they're calling it Copilot, but they're rolling GPT-4 into all of their products, all of Office 365. So it's going to be built in there. So you can just wait for that. Or if you use Google Sheets, and I'm sure there's one for Excel now, I know for Google Sheets there's an extension called GPT for Sheets. And basically you install it, and then every cell of your spreadsheet is a call to OpenAI if you want it to be. You basically just call it like a formula, like whatever, slash GPT, and then you get a whole list of things it can do. And you can have one cell generate a list of 10 names, and then you can take each of those names and have it generate a description, and you can take each of those descriptions and have it generate a blog post, and it's absolutely insane. So GPT for sheets, and then there's some equivalent for Excel, I'm sure, or just wait for both Google and Microsoft to roll them into the tools. I would guess within 6 months. There's a lot of competition right now. Like, Microsoft is giddy over how much they're fucking with Google. So Google's trying to catch up, and Microsoft is like, they keep doing that. So there's a little competition there. It's good. Doesn't Excel already have AI built in? It's going to. It's going to be fully integrated. There might be little snippets here and there. I mean, listen, we've had AI in our software for like decades, right? Like when it does spell check or when it finishes the sentence for you in Google, that's all AI, right? So all that these large language models are is like way more intense versions of that, right? Like it's creating whole pages instead of, little sentence snippets. Do you know any good prompts? Yeah, that's why I put this here, prompts.chat. There's two things. One is go to prompts.chat, go to that document. It'll teach you about prompting at the beginning. There's some ebooks and shit like that are free. And then it's just a whole list of prompts where you can have ChatGPT act like a certain persona. So go there. That'll teach you a lot. The other thing I would say about prompts is don't worry as much about learning the specific prompt mechanics as the concept that it's you don't need to write a perfect prompt and then get a perfect response. It's much more like a conversation with a colleague. Hey, I'm thinking about doing this. Can you help me with that? Sure, here's a list. Oh, that's not what I had in mind. Can you make I didn't want a list. I wanted a paragraph where you explain this concept. Oh, here's that concept. Oh, yeah, that's more like it. Now can you give me a list that talks about... Like, that back and forth is very much the experience of working with these things. It's not... Like, don't worry too much about that. Break your thought up into smaller sections. Like, rather than saying, please write me the great American novel, start out having a conversation about, hey, I'm thinking about writing a book and I have some ideas. Can you help me organize my thoughts? Sure, I'll help you organize your thoughts, right? And then start the conversation. And then in doing that, you can get to writing the great American novel. All right. I am starting to burn out. I think I've been 4 hours at this or close to it, 3.5 anyway. All right. I want to get into AI art, learn how to install automatic 1111 for stable diffusion. Oh, if you want, yeah. Haro, yeah. If you want to get into AI art, learn how to install automatic 1111 for stable diffusion for free. Agree with that. It took me 9 failed attempts before I got that up and running. So you have to be pretty geeky. If you don't want to be geeky, I would look at a project called Leonardo.ai, which is a web front end for stable diffusion that's really fucking good. And you don't have to install it. You do have to pay for it. Well, no, it's not true. Leonardo.ai, I think you have to get on the wait list, but their free version, they give you like 150 credits a day, and I think it's like 5 credits an image. So you get a fair amount of images per day for free. So Leonardo.ai, you don't have to geek out. But if you want to geek out, the developer community for stable diffusion is insane. There's all sorts of tools, but you gotta have the the code noggin wired pretty good for that shit. You've been replaced by AI. Is there a tool for automating formulas in Excel? We talked about that. All right. I'm going to do some amount more questions. I always do this. I'm like, I'm going to go soon. And then like 3 hours later, I'm like, I'm going to go soon. Excuse me. All right, let me see where I was in the old questions. Yeah, tap that like screen. I don't know what that does, but the hearts go up and it makes me smile. Hell yeah, my mom had 8 kids to keep track of. She never knew where any of us were. That's a Gen Xer for sure. It's like, why do you drink from the hose? Because we weren't allowed in the house. Fucking no one had sunscreen. Who are you people? All right. I remember when Photoshop came out and everyone said that what you were creating wasn't real art. Yeah, we've seen this. There's one of the presentation that I did was this one, which is when photography first came out. There's this painter named Paul Delaroche that saw the first photograph, a daguerreotype, and he said, "From today, painting is dead." So it's like every time there's a new technology, the same shit happens. That's not real art. Fuck you, machine people. It's only about the humans. Same shit. Every time. Every single time. But whatever. Again, I don't fault people for feeling pissed off and having those arguments. I'm just not interested in having those arguments because they're irrelevant to what's happening. Like, the image stuff is here whether you want it or not. Like, you can't uninvent it, right? And this, what these things are going to turn into is here, whether you want it or not. So if you're a copywriter and you've been a copywriter for 30 years, it sucks. I get why you're pissed, but the game has changed. These tools completely transform that industry overnight. If you're a voiceover actor, the voice synthesis that's coming, that, like, everything's different. So, yeah. GPT for all. You too can make money with ChatGPT. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, this was the 8 kids. Okay. I got lost in my little questions. Is the premium post subscription for access to GPT-4, Claude Plus, and Claude Instant a good deal? I think it is. Well, Poe's weird, but Poe gives you access to the Claude Instant 100K thing. So you can do a chat with a 75,000 word document and just paste it into the chat window and interact with it. So for me, it's worth it for that alone. I don't think the Poe interface is as elegant as ChatGPT, so I prefer ChatGPT's interface. But if I want to do long documents, I go to Poe, but just for that. So I don't know. I really do like having access to the Anthropic, the Claude models, because I'm a fan of the Anthropic approach. I have a question. First time here. Come for the hair, stay for the smart-ass comments. Yes. First time here. Are the AI results generated plagiarism free? Yes-ish. So, the way these things work, the way the large language model works, is it's actually writing word by word the response. So it's writing original content. It is not copying and pasting blocks of text from this copywritten document and that copywritten document and smushing them together. That's not what it's doing. That said, the base model is trained on essentially all of the internet. So in that training data, there is definitely copywritten material that it's been trained on. Where's the boundary between if it was trained on that and something in this original generated piece of content has similarities? Where is it too close where someone could sue you? I don't know. The IP attorneys are going to make a fucking fortune over the next 20 years. I would say this is way more clear cut in the image space than in the word space, but lawyers are lawyers. There's going to be lawsuits in the word stuff. On the image side, if you're with a big company, use Adobe Firefly and Photoshop, the generative AI stuff in there, because that model's been trained on no copywritten content. I think all of the large language models have. So, but it's not plagiarism, but it's a really weird gray area where you can't necessarily figure out the percentage of what pieces were contributed to your thing, because it's going word by word and it's coming out of these semantic tangled webs of words. I don't know. Good question, no good answer. Is this usable just on your phone? Some of the open source projects are now installable on a phone. They're probably more like GPT-3 than 3.5, and they're definitely not GPT-4. But I would just go start hanging out on the subreddits where they're talking about open source LLMs, large language models, and just start following those projects because it's changing daily what's possible. I wrote a 14-day itinerary to Italy with 13 excursions today, but it was hard to train it, but I got it. Yeah, that's cool. What's this? Live will end in 1 minute. Verify to continue. Yeah. I think I'm still good. I think I stayed on too long. It made me do a captcha to keep my live. They're like, this dude's a fucking robot. Nobody goes live for this long. I don't know why I'm doing this long. I got work tomorrow. But whatever. It's fun. Yeah, it's cool. So doing itinerary stuff like that, like, I think one of the best ways to learn this thing is like give yourself a specific project, like a 14-day itinerary, because you know what good is, right? And so the first time you do it, it's shitty, and then you're like, no, that's not right. And then, but all that navigating to get to the thing that you knew you wanted, like that's how you learn this shit. Because it's like you just can't learn it. You can look at technically how to do prompting, but until you do problem solving like that, it's really hard to understand. All right, super informative. I appreciate that. I think days of general AI are drawing to a close. I don't quite know what you mean there. General AI. I don't know what that means. Can you share what types of data sets most LLMs are trained on? They're all over the place. There's interviews with Sam Altman where he talks about the kinds of data. He said one of the reasons ChatGPT is better, that GPT-4 is better than others, and GPT 3.5 is better to others. They spent a lot of years. They recognized early on that if you threw high quality data and lots of processing at these things, that they could get really good. And so they spent a lot of their early years categorizing and, cleaning data, like basically finding all the data. So I think OpenAI seems to have a head start on just, get as much data as fucking possible and get it in a trainable format, basically, and just jam it into the machines. But I don't know. That I'm sure in the developer community there's all sorts of places to learn that. There's a guy, if you're really curious about that, who's this Prometheus Bound 25. There's a guy on YouTube named David Shapiro who's written 5 books on AI, and he's really smart and really good. He probably talks about this. I'm sure he's got a video that's on that. But you could join some of his projects, his open source projects, and start hanging out with him and learn some stuff. Oh, smaller models are going to replace the big general large language models. Yeah, I think that's probably true. We'll see. We'll see if that Google engineer was right that said we have no moat. What is Bing and Poe? So Bing is Microsoft's Bing. It's their search engine, but there's a chat button there. And if you hit that chat button, that's GPT-4. That's ChatGPT. And then Poe is just like another GPT, but you have a bunch of different models you can choose from. There's Sage, GPT-4, Claude Plus, Claude Instant, 100K, Claude Instant, ChatGPT. So that's what those are. They're just all different variations on the theme. Rather, more specialized models are going to be are going to replace general ones. Well, I think we'll have, like, the core models will be the basis for all this, and then I think you'll have all sorts of specialized things, and like the plugins are already starting to point to that future where the plugins right now are interfacing with existing websites and existing logic, but they're probably just going to be interfaces to specialized LLMs. So I think you're probably right. I think a lot of that detail, though, will drift into the background. Like, we as end consumers won't need to know any of that shit. How do you keep up with it? Website, Twitter. And I started a newsletter to keep up with it. So it's, if you go to Twitter and go to @everydayAInews, that's the link to subscribe to the newsletter is there. I just pay attention to it all the time because I think it's really important. I exported my TikTok stats as a CSV. Interesting. Pasted it into ChatGPT for analysis and recommendations. It was amazing how insightful the response was. I think that's going to be huge. I think that idea of turning an agent loose on your entire digital history and then being able to interact with it. Tell me about the major phases of my life as evidenced by my social media footprint. Like, holy shit, that's going to be intense. Oh yeah, I remember when I posted that. Microsoft has never been great in its whole life. Microsoft in the last 6 months is acting like a startup for the first time since so in the early days they were sort of like a startup, but not really. Like, Apple always sort of kicked their ass on the startup-y feel. When they decided to go from shrink wrap to internet, when they decided to go, they went, and they went strong. I have been a Microsoft basher my whole life. I'm an Apple fanboy, like deep to the core. And the last 6 months, what Microsoft has done with ChatGPT and fucking with Google has been really impressive. And how well thought out the integrations are with ChatGPT. I hate to admit it, but they're kicking ass right now. They might fuck it up, but they're kicking ass right now. Is there money in studying AI? I don't know. I mean, if you want to go work for, OpenAI, if you want to go work for one of the big companies or one of the big research firms, learning the technical side of it's fine. I mean, you're entering a world that's going to have a lot of competition, and a lot of saturation. If you're not super technical, then there's not really a place to study it. There's no experts right now, right? 5 years from now there will be, but right now it's like all these tools are kind of disparate. They're all kind of janky. Some of them are going to survive, some aren't. Like the biggest skill right now is curiosity and exploration. Unless you really want to get into the machine learning side of it. Google just released a course on it. I think it's on generative AI, but I've heard it's pretty good. I don't know. I think right now studying any aspect of AI is not a bad thing. Do I subscribe to any AI apps? I pay for ChatGPT Plus. I pay for Poe. I pay for Midjourney, $10. I pay for Google Colab for when I want to run Stable Diffusion. I pay for Zapier for the automations. That's about it. I think most of these apps are going to just be gone. Most of the apps right now are like money grabs to try to take advantage of shit, but a lot of these are just going to turn into features within other applications. Is GPT for Sheets through OpenAI, though? Worried about data privacy. You're using your own API key. So basically, it's just a function that calls their API, and you use your own API key. So the data privacy and security of that connection is the thing that you're trusting or not. But it's an engagement with OpenAI. I suppose GPT for Sheets could be skimming data out of there, but I doubt it. I assume the API is some version of secure. I don't know enough about that shit to know how they would exploit that. I mean, I suppose it's possible. If you're concerned about that, just wait for Microsoft. Copilot's gonna come out soon. 6 months, maybe 3. Where's the best site for AI generated video and artwork? Lexica is good for images. I don't know that there's any good sites for video right now. Like Runway ML is the one that's doing text to video right now. They're kind of the leaders in that. But text to video and AI generated video is really early right now. So there's not, like, all the examples I've seen are sort of, they're kind of oh my God, 4 hours. How do you do it? I don't know. I'm stupid at this point. My ass is numb. I'm thirsty as fuck. I can't talk anymore. But I can't stop. I just love you people. You're awesome. Should we ask how its day is first? You can. I ask it. I tell it please. I thank it. Be friends with your little co-pilot. Why not? I'm learning code now. How will AI affect this? A lot. Field. Yeah, so if you're learning to code now, do a couple of things. Go to ChatGPT and just describe what you just coded and see how it does. Compare its code to your code. I would say that would be a thing. Then what I would do is copy your code, paste it in there, and have it analyze your code and tell you how it could be improved, made more efficient, or if it finds any bugs. Learn to code inside the knowledge that the tactical act of coding, the majority of it's going to go away. But the act of figuring out what you want to code and doing the critical thinking for the code gets more important. So if you're not using GitHub Copilot, go start using GitHub Copilot. Just start learning what the tools are and how they do what they do and how good they are and how fast they are. And you'll get depressed But then on the other side of that is some sort of freedom of like, okay, let me learn how to use these fucking tools, because then you can be a coder that also uses these tools, and you'll be in demand. Because people are going to need coders, but they're going to need AI literate coders. All right, I appreciate you sharing. Generative AI race means, so the generative AI race means this. OpenAI launched ChatGPT in November 30th, 2022. It got to 100 million users in 6 weeks. It was the fastest adoption of technology in history. It made every other company freak the fuck out. Like Microsoft and OpenAI were like, party! Google was like, we're fucked. Meta was like, we've got AI too. AWS was like, we're strongly considering AI, and you can use all these other models, and we definitely have one. We will announce at some point in the near. So the generative AI race is there. Like the predictions of how big this industry is going to be are just mind-watering, eye-watering, mind-shattering. I don't know. Whatever. It's late. So the race is all these companies trying to, be the big players in the generative AI game. And what Sam Altman wants is he wants to get to AGI, artificial general intelligence, first. I don't know how they define that, but that's what he wants. We're not there yet. Quantum computing entering the AI race soon. Yeah, I heard a thing today that they're doubling quantum computing. I think they're up to 500 qubits in some chip I saw today, and they're doubling the number of qubits every year. So they're up to like 500 now. So if it's going up, if it's doubling every year, because every qubit is an exponential power increase. So like 500 qubits is like whatever power to the 500th. So it's insane. I don't know shit about the quantum computing world. I just know that they're going to be able to do some pretty serious processing with AI stuff with it. All right. I am going to leave. It's been 4 hours. Oh, hi again. People are coming back. They're like, you're still here? Dude, go to bed. All right. I'm going to go to bed, everyone. Peace out. I hope this was helpful. Look, even my laptop went to sleep. I appreciate y'all hanging out. And I'll see you whenever. I'll probably see you tomorrow. Peace, everybody.